Alright, hello everyone. How are you guys doing today? Also, hi Fergus. And hey Atomic, how are you guys doing today? Okay, I'm gonna try to activate my little toad tuber, see if the audio, if I fixed it. Let me know if it's double broadcasting, please. Alright, so it should be activating when I talk. I don't know if it's messing up my mic. So does my audio sound okay? Okay, cool. Alright. It is good to be back. I haven't played Oni in a very long time, so we're just gonna go basic for now. Yeah. Well, these are new to me. Guess we'll find out what that means. Radioactive crust, small boulders. No, let's reroll. Crash satellites, slime. Oh, I hate slime molds. No. Frozen friend, metal pour. No. Metal rich geodes, radioactive crust. Okay, I can deal with this. That's new. Turtle asteroid. No. Oh, you guys, I hit affiliate while I was gone, and I got some cute little emotes for us. Let me send them in chat real fast so you guys can see them. Unfortunately, I'm not able to do free ones right now. Something about my account. Some sort of lock on my account, but those are there for subscribers. But also, feel no pressure. Oh, okay. I didn't know you wanted the emotes that bad. Alright, we'll need a builder. I did not pressure you. I said don't feel pressured. I just wanted you guys to see the cute emotes. Researcher. Alright, new. I don't like that. Too late. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Nyctophobic. Huh. I wonder why won't you do that on mobile? I'm not sure. Innately stylish, small bladder. Oh, hey, JR. How are you doing today? I'm not a fan of the small bladder. Oh, look. My first highlighted message. And you are indeed highlighted. Tired, exhausted, the usual. Yeah, I get that. I'm finally starting to feel human again myself. I don't need increased science. No. No, definitely not flatulent. Come on, give me something useful. That could be useful for machinery down the line. Okay, that's okay. We'll accept Lindsay. A holiday from the holidays would be quite nice. I think for about a week in December I was asleep. Whoa. Oh, thank you, JR, for the gifted sub. That sound startled me. I hadn't heard it before. Stinky is one of my favorite dupes, but we need someone who does excavation better right now. No critter ranching. Why was that a box full of soap? I'm not sure, I didn't see. Some of the dupes have new animations, like mole hands. You'll see Ashkan right here digging. In Animal Lover, they'll do the little pat on the thighs for calling animals. I noticed that. I played a little bit for yesterday to get myself back in the groove with this game. Gifted Sub was a box full of soap. I'll have to check that out. I don't know. I'm still working on getting everything set up. Oh, that's good. Starts as tier 2, but you know what? I'll take that for super hard digging. And now our researcher. Gourmet, shabby dresser. Piloting, don't really need that right now at the moment. Kitchen menace. No allergies. I don't take anybody with allergies ever. I either like my researcher to have a little bit of cooking skill or medicine. So they have a bit of a dual role. Sorry, Stinky. You won't be my cook today. Okay, we have medicine, science, germ resistance, and unpracticed artist. That's fine by me. Alright, we need a name for the colony. Darkest Pit, Cosmos, Radical Supernova, Tunnel, Yucky Moonbase. I like that. Alright, let's see what we got here. We got a uranium geode over here. That'll be useful. Oh, hey, Fuego. How are you doing today? Alright. Start digging. That's what we do best as duplicates. Also, we are running no mods right now. I didn't feel like messing with mods. Counting money, so you get a break while you count money. Let's speed them up. Whoa. Thank you, Fuego, for the 5 gifted subs. Holy moly. I was not expecting that today. Is it a box of soup? I'll have to check that out. I'm not sure. Alright, we got that dug out. We'll put our outhouses over here. Away from our water for now. We'll have those. Over here. There we go. There's the cots. Alright, no one's sleeping on the floor tonight. We don't need that debuff. Alright, let's slow down a bit. So I need to dig down here so we can get to the water. Only problem is I don't want them peeing in their water source, as duplicates are wont to do. So we'll have these blocks right here to block their pee if they have an accident. Thank you for saying that, Fuego. I missed that. There's a lot going on right now. My brain's a little overwhelmed. Alright, so we'll need to set up their pitcher pump down here. That should be good. They'll have access to water for all this stuff over here. Oh hey Raj, welcome to the stream. You guys are already holding your breath. Oxygen's good, it's just the carbon dioxide dropping. I am doing better. It's been about 2 weeks now? Yeah. Unfortunately, I had a very complicated surgery in one of my spots, so it took longer to heal. Alright, we are idle. I don't like that. Alright, no we're not. Okay. Alright, so I need the generator, the battery. Hook those up. Yes, you are very lucky to not be wise, as I am no longer wise. Alright, what else do we need? We will need the oxygenator. I can go there. That's perfect. When I had one of my wisdom teeth removed, one was entirely on its side. My usual dentist even sent me to a different clinic. Yeah, the problem with one of my teeth, it was basically moving into my sinuses. So there's still a fragment left in there, which eventually will become part of my jawbone. But for now, it's just a very deep, deep wound. He didn't feel comfortable removing the whole thing. Yeah, that if we wanted to get rid of the fragment, he'd have to like open up my sinuses and do a port. I'm like, we're not going to do that. Let's just leave that tiny fragment in there. So the other two sites healed in about a week. They're fine. Also, hi, Zach. Zachalorian3. Hope I said that right. Welcome, welcome. But the third one felt like somebody was stabbing a knife into it. It still hurts a little bit, but not as much anymore. Yeah, it was a messy situation. I was out for 2 hours apparently for the whole ordeal, which was not expected. Alright, so it looks like we have everything we need so far. We got the beds, we got a research station. That's going to be built tomorrow. I want that hatch killed. I don't want him eating my algae. So far we have oxygen still coming out of the oxalite here, so we're good for tonight. Don't look. Alright, any geysers nearby? Not seeing any so far. Alright, that's right. I need to change their schedules. They can have 2 hours to use the bathroom, so they don't have an accident. And an extra hour of downtime. Alright, so for today, let's continue building a floor. A 2-hour bathroom break, though? That's a bit much. Not those ones right there. Alright, that's 4 plants. I'm going to try to leave this intact so we can have a park later. But it's a 16-hour shift. I used to do that, but if they have a bathroom break, they'll run all the way back from whatever, they'll drop whatever they're doing, and then they'll run all the way back to the bathrooms, and then they'll go back to work. It's better if they just have a longer chance for a break once a day. Alright, so let's get some research going. Basic farming. 2 hours sounds like my coworkers. Yeah, that's about right. Alright, now we have idle dupes. Hold on. Start building a floor so we're not on the dirt. That's not good for morale. This game has a very high learning curve. Even I'm still learning quite a bit about it. Alright, let's get all this picked up. We are going to need a microbe musher soon. Start rigging on our next floor. Which is going to be right about there. Don't want to dig too fast or expand too much because then the oxygen will spread out too thin. The oxalite will also naturally disperse on its own if it's not covered up or put into water, so we're gonna let... Apparently we're just gonna block that off right now, but we'll dig it up in a minute. Yeah, that's why you gotta have your... what I heard them called as diaper blocks. So if they pee, it won't run into your clean water. So far they're doing great, though. And we're starting to clean up the base, because, oh boy, is it ugly. Alright. While they work on that, we need to get our microbe musher and start making dirt loafs. Where's our achievement we got? Bed and bath. Have at least one toilet in the colony and a bed for every duplicant. That's actually pretty good. What are these point things to the left of my chat? Oh yes, the toadstones. You can redeem them for things. I haven't decided what I'm going to put up there yet, exactly. Just some basic things. If you guys have any suggestions. Jump scares? Maybe not at this moment in time. Alright, need to get a planter going for food. Those first few days in your colony is just absolute chaos. You put anything wherever you can put it. Spend 500 points to have a massive animal invasion? I actually don't know if Oni has any Twitch compatibility. I'll have to check that out. Yes, disinfect your bathrooms. Actually, I don't think we really need to be doing that. Because they're just going to be gross anyway. Hold on, let's look at germs. Disable. Alright, as long as they're washing their hands when they leave the bathroom, all will be fine. They won't get food poisoning. That did not happen, Fuego. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, we need to be building the microbe musher, not storing things. That's low priority, thank you very much. Otherwise you guys are gonna starve to death. Let's plant some mealwood. Need to work on our next bit of research. Yes, we need the power upgrade. Dig those out. Alright, making good progress. We should be able to print another duplicate soon, maybe. If we get a good one. Yeah, in Discord you are at minimum at 50% volume, if not lower. Before I go. Oh, wrong button. $1K points, play Zomboid jump music. That's actually not a bad suggestion. I'll consider it. Alright, we got Ruby researching. Actually, hold on. We need to have the right people doing the right things. Geraldo will attack. Ruby does doctoring and research. Pretty good at research, Ruby. Might let you live. Alright, we have another duplicate coming up in 45 seconds. I'm actually going to write that down. Where's my notebook? Hopefully they don't blow up while I'm not looking. Alright, wrote that down. That Zomboid jump scare gets me every time, though. Spiffy overalls. Let's see, we have Hassan, who has tin husbandry, interior decorator, slow learner. It's not bad, but I don't really need to be doing ranching at this moment. Creativity, medicine, cuisine. Mima is buff, a caregiver, and biohazardous. Biohazardous is not good. Meep, athletics, agriculture, machinery. No, not Meep. I'm thinking either Mima, because she has the cuisine, because we're going to need to start using the grill rather than the microbe musher. Sometimes it sends care packages instead of just dupes. But it does kind of look like they just lost the duplicate and sent the clothes. Not a fan of the biohazardous, but I do need someone who's interested in cooking. So, welcome to the team, Mima. Let's make you a bed. Alright, let's start making mush bars, which are dirt and water. Delicious. The redeems are up to my discretion, JR. There is no guarantee a jump scare will stay. Alright, let's start. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd like to leave a space for a little bit, a nice little air column right here in the future. You did colony of only small bladder people in the beta so you can make infinite water. Oh man, that's so gross. What are you doing, Mima? Just standing there awkwardly because you guys have nothing to do? Ouch, that sounds painful, Fuego. Are you alright? At least it wasn't in your eye. That would really hurt. I vaguely remember that about the alpha before they added the geysers, because these are our early game water sources right here. And duplicates do produce more liquid than they consume. That's the best way to put it. Yeah. You had to recycle the water. Could have been that or a paper cut. I'd rather be smacked with a rubber band than get a paper cut. Alright, let's speed them up a bit. We need to change the priority on these toilets so we'll actually keep them clean. Make them 7s. Make these 7s so they keep them filled with water. We're going to need a place to dump dirty water very soon. Maybe in this nice wild area. That's where we'll dump our dirty water. We'll just dig this out and dump our water right here. Dig this out a little bit. Oh, come on, Ruby. It's not that bad. Who is trapped? Alright, you untrapped yourselves. That's good. Dump all that on the floor, and then bring more to it. You got a swole squirrel statue for Christmas, and it needs a name? Ruby, really? Oh my god. Dumbass Ruby over here, trapping herself. Come on, guys. Thank you. Alright, we need name suggestions. Oh, not that right there. We need it to be like this. I feel sorry for whoever needs to sleep next to the pea pond. And then we'll need a sink so they wash their hands. Actually, it needs to be moved over a little bit because they're kind of dumb. There we go. Jimbo the Himbo. I like that. We are not micro mushing enough. We need more food. Dismiss those. Our power system just broke. Alright, next up we need to get working on this one. So let's go here because we'll need the deodorizer because our pee is going to be very stinky. I like Turdinator too. I like that one. We never built Mima a bed. She's just sleeping on the floor. Hold on, Mima. Too much oxygen being produced. Turn that off for a while. Mima, do you have research capabilities? Where is it? You do not. Why are you doing research? Ruby. God, I can't believe Ruby is a researcher. Hey, Talarn, I hope I said that right. How are you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Hold on. Doo-doo-doo. Need to get rid of this. think that worked? Okay. Oh, thank you, Fuego. I appreciate that. Yes, we don't need bots offering bots. Sorry about that. I had to get a drink. Also, thank you again for catching that, Fuego. And glad to hear you're doing good, Lauren. Thank you for coming by from YouTube. You guys excited for the new series? Alright, we need to put polluted water here. We don't have any yet, so that's good. I was like, you guys can't be out of work. Storage is just full. Alright, keep doing that. Go back to research. I should begin recording that relatively soon. I need to finish up Cinder's series. And I'm still in a bit of a testing phase to make sure the mods all work. Plant more mealwood. Yeah, you never want to have idle dupes. No free time for them. They work until they die. As of this moment, Cinder is still alive, but I can't make promises for when I record more later. That means the thumbnail worked. Oh, we need to harvest these. That's perfectly good food we're wasting. And we need to start making lice loaves. And plant more mealwood. Alright, what is next? How is oxygen doing? It's getting a little low, so let's turn this back on. Actually, no, we have that producing oxygen. They'll be fine. You guys can have a little bit of low pressure. That's doable. Doesn't that look delicious? A nice lice loaf. Make sure you guys store food. I'm used to playing on fast speed, but maybe I should slow it down for you guys a little bit. Play on medium speed. Oh, the lurk bot is now working, JR, so if you type !lurk, it'll tell everybody you're lurking. There you go. Thanks for the lurk, Fuego, and thank you for taking care of that. Alright, that's about to be full. No. No, no, no. Don't pick that up. That's where I want you to drop it. Okay. Because I'm having to drop all the stuff on this one tile right here. So they were sweeping it up, putting it back in here, and then dropping it back on the floor. I'd like to blame the dupes, but that's just me being dumb. Okay, we need need to get... What is the next one? Need to get this one going because Mima has a interest in cooking. Should be able to use the grill. And we'll have another dupe very soon, potentially. Alright, who do we get? We have Abe. Medicine, science, and piloting. He's a plant murderer, a slow learner with mole hands. Sorry, Abe, nope. Then we have Harold, who's interested in cuisine, uncultured, handy yokel. I'm not really liking any of these dupes, so we're gonna take the medicine. We don't want to have too many dupes too fast because they'll breathe up all the oxygen. I need to destroy this tile so the carbon dioxide can fall. Hold on, we have idle dupes. Alright, keep picking that stuff up. Actually, I want to move this over so we can start making a barracks. Nope. Deconstruct that one. Actually, hold on. There we go, that's better. Who said you guys can stop and eat? I guess you can take a break for the night. Oh, okay. Need to make them a rec room soon. Let's see. Need to make them a latrine, the barracks, the mess hall, and potentially a rec room. Speed them up while they're sleeping. Running out of oxygen while you sleep, that's awkward. That's right, soon you'll be sleeping up here where there's more oxygen. We'll be fixing the beds in a minute. Actually, no, don't deconstruct that bed. Leave that one there. We're making a barracks. We're moving the beds up here because they're suffocating when they sleep down here because these blocks are trapping the carbon dioxide. Oh, hold on. This is a bad idea. If they wake up and have an accident, it'll run right into our clean water, so let's build the diaper block. Now you guys can have a door. There you go. That'll keep our water safe. We can deconstruct that one. Make more mush bars. I really like the music in this game. It's very nice and very chill. We need to dig a place for our carbon dioxide to go very soon. As in right now, soon. Okay. How are your guys' skills doing? Oh. Mima, you can use the grill. That means that we can stop using the microbe musher. Advanced research for Ruby, and then hard digging for Trivaldo. And you guys get your hats. Alright, Frigo. We'll be here. Okay, so let's build the grill, since Mima can use that. Because the microbe musher is good, but it uses a lot of water and dirt. How are we doing on our exploration? I'm not seeing any geysers yet. Yeah. Trying to keep an eye out for them. Alright, so let's do the barbecue, pickled meal. Alright, you guys can't eat these anymore, or these, because they don't rot. Preferably, I'd rather you eat fried mush bars. Okay. So I'll make a couple more of these to get by, because the meal lice are still growing. See, now you guys can breathe much better up here. And the oxygen is sinking, so that's good. How's research doing also? Let's do this one so we get the supercomputer for more research. Okay, so let's start moving. Let's make the latrine now so they get the mood bonus from that. Let's see. Right about there. I don't really want to destroy this because that's 1, 2, 3, 4 wild plants. That could be a nature reserve later, so let's try not to destroy this. Do need to dig up that sand though. Because, let's see. Nature reserve, park sign for wild plants. So yes, let's try to keep this intact. Trying to think where we can put the latrines then. I could move the kitchen stuff over here. That would make more sense. We'll do that. Move the microbe musher. Now that we're not in survival mode, we can actually start organizing our crap. Connect those to the power grid. Mima's cooking away. Still a bit disorganized, but we'll get it better later as well. Esther, do not press the power button on my computer. Thank you very much. Her paw was like half an inch away from it. Alright, then we will build the bathrooms over here. 1, 2, 3. Actually, hold on. I don't want you guys using those without being able to wash your hands. We'll let these finish growing, and then we'll move in the bathroom in here. We'll have another printing pod cycle coming up very soon. Pick our next stage of research as well. Let's see. Let's get to the deodorizer. That was right. Assume we're going to have stinky, polluted water over here. Best place I have at the moment. These are almost done growing. And since we'll have latrines there, we will put down the block to protect our water. Oh, that is full, so let's drop everything on the floor so they can keep cleaning everything up. Oh, probably should turn this back on now. They're probably, yeah, they're really low on oxygen. Whoops. All right, that wet has been harvested. Let's deconstruct it. Deconstruct as well. Wait, no. We haven't harvested that one. What am I doing? Harvest it. No! Stop! Enable the building. Harvest it. Please, quickly. Okay, now deconstruct it. Let's get our sinks. Looks like it's going to be about 2 each. Yeah, they are not the brightest. They can even have a little flower pot in there. Alright, what do we got over here? Nicola, Stinky, and Lyra. Don't really need these right now, at the moment. Machinery and excavation. Glow stick, I haven't seen that one before. Emits low amounts of rads and light. Yikes. And Lyra is 13 strength, handy, bottomless stomach, and allergies. Nope. We're taking the oxalite. What a lovely bathroom you guys have now. I'm going to deconstruct this over here. It's a 2-to-1 ratio for bathrooms on dupes. It's fine. Nothing bad ever happened with that before. Or you guys are hungry. I have to let you eat stuff. Make a few of these. Tomorrow we'll need to upgrade our power grid. Ooh, we have polluted water. We're going to make it sweep only because I have a plan. Nothing like the chaos of the first few days of your base when you're trying to get everything organized and not die. Right, you guys don't need to clean these. They're going to be gross anyway. Whoa, 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 Ruby. Go wash your hands. You nasty. Who else is covered in germs? Everyone needs to go wash their hands. Great, our food box is covered in germs. That's just lovely. Whatever. It's from when they were deconstructing the bathrooms. Alright, we're going to keep this mopped up. Unfortunately, I don't think the duplicates develop immunities. They're pretty dumb. Okay. Going to try to keep this mopped up, otherwise this is going to fill up fast before I can do water recycling. Okay, let's deconstruct that brick. Okay, things are going actually pretty well. Alright, 6, 6. Try to make some sense of the chaos here. Going to deconstruct that for a moment. So we have... So we'll build right there. I think it was right here. Let me see. Try to make things a little bit even so I don't go crazy. Yep, perfect. Okay. That's a mental marker for me for later. Okay, now we will do this. I like to have two tubes for airflow in my base. So we're gonna have one here that's 4 tiles long. We're gonna have one here that's 4 tiles long. So deconstruct that. Who is starving? Alright, I guess you guys can eat or whatever. That needs to be higher priority because Mima is not cooking. We are dangerously low on food. So let's get the power back up. 2 generators and 2 batteries. Plug that back in. And hopefully the duplicates do their jobs. Okay. Things are finally coming together. Mima, you really need to start cooking. Ruby, why are you cooking? Ruby, you need to be researching. What should we do next? Probably this one. So we start building our coal power plant. Mima, please go cook already. Actually, I lied. We need to get the refrigerator. I forgot. Okay. With this here, I'll need to move this over. Deconstruct those. Going to move this over here. Okay. We might actually survive. We now have almost 10,000 calories. That's good. Mima's doing her job. We need to put the food away, guys, please. Okay, we're putting it away. Deconstruct that one. Bring this over here. All right, now we will have that little oxygen tunnel as we build up and down in our base. Deconstruct that. Man, you guys sure eat a lot. As soon as we can get this changed, we can make this building the rec room. We'll put the water cooler in here. That'll be a good mood buff for them. Okay. Need to get some night owls so somebody's always working. Oh, yes, 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 I almost forgot. We don't want stinky air. Because that will give us free oxygen, but also we don't want the polluted air. That's very bad. Especially with the debuff they gave it. Yucky lungs. Bring that over. I know, this game is just so much to keep track of, and my brain loves it. Okay, so this will be the rec room. So far, this is the kitchen. I'll need to move that later. Actually, I can do it now because they're about to harvest this. Don't they look delicious? Come on, somebody needs to harvest this, please. Alright, now we can put a door here. You guys are doing great. We'll be moving this down here for now. Temporary location. Oh, we got a printable. We have Lyra and Rowan. Excavation and cuisine or machinery. Increased construction. That could be good for, can't remember what it's called, but the engineering path they do for their traits. Uncultured and yokel. We can't really afford another dupe right now, though she is a really good dupe. No. Oxygen is too precious. Let's take this. And we'll move this over here. Okay, so this will be the rec room. This will be the kitchen research area. I need to get a place to put our plants, so they're out of here. We still need to make the mess hall as well. No, I do not want two of these running. Come on, guys. Really? No, turn it off. It's the highest priority. Why aren't you guys turning it off? Or deconstruct it. I don't care. Oh my gosh. Really? Now you guys can sleep for like 30 seconds. Alright, Rush, we'll be here. Also, I'm sorry to hear about your computer. That's awful. Alright, hold on, I need to check their bladders after I did that emergency. 29, 36, 36. Okay, they're not at risk of peeing in the water. Sweep that. Okay, we're good. Okay. Whew. Mop this up, please. So we keep it in the bottle format. Okay, we are making really good progress. Let's extend this part out. Would like for this to be 18 tiles long, so that's 2 more. And then come dig that out as well. Alright, these should be cleaning the polluted oxygen. Yeah. Alright, that's good. Hopefully we don't have too much in here, only a couple, it looks like. Oh, this one is full. Turn this off for a bit. Also, did we build that refrigerator? We did not. Okay. Probably not the best idea to put the refrigerator next to the hot batteries, but oh well. Best I can do at the moment. Meanwhile, needs to make more mush bars. Once we get the refrigerator, it'll be good for the longevity of our food as well. Alright, so I lied. We're gonna move kitchen stuff down here, since this is gonna be a tiny little room right here. Probably can keep the research stuff up here. Let's get all of these. Make the little exclamation marks go away by clicking on them. Unfortunately, you can't. Well, you can, because it's still a sterile atmosphere, but you have to have refrigeration for your food as well. They unfortunately nerfed that. I think it would help if you did both refrigeration and the carbon atmosphere, but it has to be both. It was really OP. Your food wouldn't rot with no electricity. Alright, Mima is making mush bars. We have food being put away. Okay, so these can stay in here because they don't spoil. But everything else needs to be put in the fridge. Alright, this will be our letter column for here, and this will be right here. So, alright, Mima, I'm gonna move your kitchen one more time, but this should be it. Hold on, they need to be able to build the roof here. Okay, that should work. I don't know if they can use those ladders to get that. Alright, deconstruct that there and deconstruct that block. Okay. Let's hook up the grill. Check our research. We'll do internal combustion for the coal generator. I don't think they can reach it, unfortunately. To build this up here. Okay. Unfortunately, we will have to dismantle this because the dupes can't use the ladders when they're this high to build this ceiling. They have to be on this row right here to be able to build the ceiling. But we should only have to do that one time. Okay, so we'll just destroy those and they should be able to reach. Yeah, Lindsay was able to reach right here. Okay, they should be able to build the ceiling there now. Let's give them a little bit of time. Rest of the base is looking good. How are we doing on oxygen? Let's turn this back on. Can't wait till we get the automation going. Oh, I need to turn down the priority on this. Okay. Come on, guys. Please build the ceiling so I can put everything back. Let's not take 3 to 5 hospital days. Just because you're low on oxygen, it's fine. Just hold your breath. We keep crashing the power system because we don't have enough power, guys. Come on. Come on. Alright, that should be good. Nope. We have a printable. Harold, Meep, and Amari. Not dupes are really neat at the moment, so we will take the dirt. Dirt is always useful. Because we literally eat dirt. Alright, now we can put those back, and we can move the microbe musher down here for Mima. We will deconstruct that so we can put the water cooler in there for them. You guys are really gonna sit in the doorway and eat? Come on, eating deep fried dirt isn't that bad. See, Ruby liked it. Apparently Travaldo did too. We will copy the settings from this grill and put them down here. Going to cancel the sweeping for now so they can focus on building. Put in the water cooler and a flower pot, and there we have it. They have a rec room now. And a sneaky way for them to just disable the building and they won't consume water. But they'll still have a rec room. Isn't that just like a workplace? Here's the water cooler, but you can't use it. It's for show only. Alright, those are moved. Deconstruct these. Eventually we will need to move this out of the kitchen because that's going to be really hot. It's already producing a lot of heat. But that's where it's staying for now. Alright, now we can deconstruct this. Alright, now we have our 2 little gas tubes, gas tunnels, where oxygen can flow through the base and carbon dioxide can sink to the bottom. Oh, they are idle. We never want idle dupes. That's very bad. Okay, what's next? Build those up so we can start moving up. And then we need to have a place to put our planter boxes as well. So, let's see. We have the latrine, we have barracks, we need to get the mess hall. That'll be 3 morale. So let's focus on that. And we'll put some sweeping orders down, so if they run out of stuff to do, they will start putting stuff away. Oh, it's full. Drop that. Wow, you guys are really going on that pile. Oh, that shine bug just hatched. I should probably lock this shine bug in here, so it'll give this plant light. I think that's what we will do. Oh, sweep this up. Alright, make sure they're washing their hands if they dump the dirty water. Okay, we have all the essentials. We have oxygen, we have food. Probably need to make more mush bars. Uh-oh, that is not good. Hold on. Crap. Okay, guys need to clean these toilets right now. And you need to not stand where you're going to pee in the water. Go over here. Who else has a full bladder? Everybody has a full bladder. Great. Okay, Bima doesn't. She just used it. Where is the other one? Ruby, Lindsay, Mima. Where is Travaldo? Okay, he doesn't either. I have a bathroom emergency. No, you guys need to stay over here. Emergency mopping. Do that, please. Ruby, no. Or Lindsay, stay down here. Oh, you guys are low on oxygen. I guess you need to breathe. No, 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 no. Stop. Stop, stop. Go breathe up here. Oh god, they're gonna pee in the water. This is very bad. No, Ruby. Hold on. You guys are not allowed to use this door. There, they will be stuck up there. Good. Alright, she did not pee in the water. Clean that up, please. Come on, Ruby, you need to have an accident now too. Lindsay, you are allowed to leave. No, Ruby, you are not allowed to leave. Okay. That felt cruel, but it had to be done. I think we need to make more toilets. Sweep all that up. What is on yellow alert? Oh. Don't do that. Alright, these bathrooms need to be on higher priority so they actually clean them. And that doesn't happen again. And mop that up, please. I think if we put in the sign, we will have a park over here now. And that'll be good for morale. Other than peeing your pants in your bedroom, but we're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. Alright, we should have a park here. Yep, nature reserve. Bathroom cleanliness is tight, yeah. We almost had a very bad accident, which makes me realize I need to block off this water somehow. Also, hi Garm, how are you doing? It's good to see you here as well. Everyone's catching up on their sleep after they forced them to stay awake and clean the bathrooms. Mop that up. Okay. Disaster averted. Mima, are you making food? Just make bush bars forever, please. I'm sorry you're feeling sick, but I'm glad you get to stick around and see my stream. Happy to help you pass the time. Okay, we're good here. Alright, let's start building up and out. Let's keep it the same height. A silver lining to everything. Alright, so that taught me I need to build another latrine. Because that was almost very bad. We need to up our food production as well, so we're not eating dirt and water forever. Actually, Mima, you need to just focus on cooking. Yeah. Let's put these a higher priority so she actually does that. Automatically harvest these, please. I wish I'd put that shine bug in here before it hatched, but oh well. We'll do it when this one drops its egg. Lays an egg? Lays an egg, there we go. Not drops an egg. Gross. We will deconstruct these and move them elsewhere. Alright, let's dig down so we have more space to work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's some much needed oxygen stuck in here. Right, we are doing pretty good on oxygen. How is our algae? I need to keep an eye on that. We don't have a lot, but there's quite a bit around us, but that won't last forever. Alright, down here I think we will probably put our planter boxes. Since they don't really need specifically oxygen and they'll be out of the way. In fact, I think we can use the farm tiles now. That'll be helpful. Once they harvest these, we'll deconstruct them. Ooh, what do we got? Briar seeds, auto, Turner, and coal. Science, creativity, machinery. Building impaired, innately stylish. We're gonna take the coal. So, as we can't afford another dupe right now. Alright, somebody please harvest these. That's a 7. Why aren't you doing it? What if I make it a 9? Will you do it? Alright, let's have them plant some mealwood here. Actually, wait, I want them to plant them all at the same time. So let's turn that off. Wait till they're all built. You guys have a lot of perfectly good food you're not harvesting. Not if they're German. Yes, I know we lack resources. Mima is supposed to be cooking more. Mima, our colony's life depends on you making more food. Please. Alright, deconstruct those. She's doing her best, but she needs to cook faster. We only have 3,000 calories. Mima, you need to be cooking. Somebody else can run on the generator. I need these to be a higher priority so we can plant. Short-term goals are establishing this food source. We're going to get the mealwood planted down here because we're really struggling with food right now. And then after that, we do need to build a bigger latrine because I don't know if you were here for the emergency. I had to force them to have their accidents up here so it'll drip in here and not into the water. Alright, now we can plant. Copy settings. There we go. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta save the water. And then once we get those done, we'll build the mess hall as well. Yes, nothing like lice loaves. Actually, we shouldn't be making lice loaf anymore. Yeah, we're making pickled meal. Good. Alright, we are at almost 10,000 calories. That's good. Then we can move this back up here for a little research room. Alright, they're doing good. Surprisingly. Only one of them has gotten themselves stuck so far, and that was Ruby. And she's a researcher, so that really says something. You guys like your little rec room where you're not allowed to use the water cooler? Elderly, yeah, you'll be dying soon. Alright, another day. We can deconstruct that one. Alright, the food crisis is nearly over once these start growing and really nice. Alright, we're gonna dig up here and build another latrine up here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, not quite. There we go. Perfect. Would like to make this side a little bit longer since the optimum room length is 18 tiles. But we were a little pressed for space in the beginnings, but we'll fix that. We can deconstruct that for now. Save some copper. Alright, we are at 11,000 calories good. We're not on the brink of starvation anymore. Alright, so that is 17, 18. I'll have to be good with this one for now because I do not want to build into that water supply. Okay. So I'll put sink, sink, sink. Yeah, we won't fit quite 4 each because of the length, but that's okay. This is better than nothing. Hey Rick, how are you doing? And oxygen is it's a pretty hard word to have a pun for that, so I don't blame you. That's a pretty good pun, Garm. I'm not gonna lie. Battery. Yeah, we're losing a lot of power with this, unfortunately. And this one. The refrigerator and the oxygen diffuser are using a lot of our power. But it should be good if they run all day. Oh, need to sweep up that polluted water. I feel like there's something to do with someone saying "oh," but it doesn't sound right. Trying to find oxygen wordplay? I wouldn't hold my breath. That's a good one, Atomic. Much like my duplicates, you'll be holding your breath. Okay. Latrine crisis is averted. We have food. Everything's going okay so far, so now we can build their mess hall. Somewhere. There's only a few of them, so we could probably build it right here. I too like to eat in oxygen-deprived environments. One, two, three, 4. Flower pot. And a water cooler that you'll not be allowed to use. Sorry. And I think if we have the water cooler and the decorative flower pot, it will be a great haul. Yeah. Recreational building, decor item. Minimum size 32. I don't know if that's 32 tiles. Hold on. Nope. It'll just be a regular mess hall for now. That's fine. Alright, so we have Catalina, Hassan, and Rin. Husbandry, cuisine, and construction. Piloting and agriculture. Medicine, strength, and strength. Nope, we're gonna take the omelets. Welcome back, Rush. Also, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I'm sorry to hear about your computer. Do you mind me asking what happened? Alright, what is sucking all the juice away? It's gonna be the oxygen diffuser in the fridge. Unfortunately, and Mima cooking all the time. Probably turn this off for a while. Huh. Well, I hope you get it fixed. I know what it's like to be without your computer. That sounds like a RAM problem, I think. And yes, they are. The longer you sub, it becomes a little green frog and then a pink frog and then you get a golden frog. I'm not sure that, to me that either sounds like a motherboard problem or a memory problem. I can't say for sure though. My little dupes are doing good. We're actually catching up on all of our work. Let's put another battery down. Hopefully that will help our power problem at the moment. Right, they now have a mess hall. Yeah, that's 3 morale. That's still pretty good. Okay. What is next? We have all the basics. We have latrine, barracks, mess hall. We have a rec room and we have a park. Can't hear what's going on, but every time I peek in, Toad is driving back with Sonic speed. This game is fast-paced for me. Thank you very much. I said I was going to play at 2 speed, but I lied. We're playing at fast speed, because that's all I can do. Well, I hope you get it sorted out. It is definitely not a good time to have your computer broken. Yeah, I know. Fast speed only in RimWorld. Anything else is way too slow. Look how slow they are if I go to 1 speed, okay? It's like they're in slow motion. Also, that sounds horrible. I'm zooming out. No, you guys aren't allowed to use the water cooler. Stop. Disable that. You will find that I'm not very nice to my dupes, Rick. In fact, I'm quite mean to them. We might be chill. But sometimes the game is just too slow. Plus, it's more fun to catch disasters when you're running on fast speed. Okay. Power supply is our current problem. Okay, I have a plan. We need this. And we will need this one next. And then we can build our coal power plant. Hey, Zellybean. Thanks for stopping by. How are you doing? It really does, especially if you have too many orders for them and they just start running around doing things over here and then they'll come over here and do something instead of doing things in specific areas at a time, so you can't have too many orders for them. But I also have idle dupes. Are we not sweeping? We should be sweeping. Okay. They'll have stuff to do now for a while. I want somebody to start digging down. Horizontal rimworld. It's like kind of like a little ant farm. Also, glad you are off until the new year. Nice little vacation. I kind of had a forced vacation that wasn't a vacation with my mouth. Okay, we'll start digging up as well. We need to start looking for geysers now that we are somewhat stable. I thought I heard one. I think there's one around here somewhere. Not seeing any. Also, you can kind of cheat a little bit and use this to see geysers. No. No geysers yet, which is interesting because we should be seeing at least a natural gas geyser somewhere nearby. Yeah, I've always thought of Oni as like a little ant farm. I loved having an ant farm as a kid. Except I was always really sad when they died. Alright, we can't really dig down right here. We're gonna hit our water supply, so we'll need to move over a little bit. What's down here? Okay, that should be good. And just come straight down. We'll need to get to the oil biome soon-ish. That's our long-term goal right now. You like my little emoji? It's so cute! I was so happy when I hit affiliate. I've been keeping my eye on those emojis for so long. That's all I wanted out of affiliate, just to have emojis. Yes, that one's very cozy. And very me. How is oxygen? Oxygen's good. Algae is doing okay. Eventually we might have to dig up these tiles of algae. But not the ones that have the plants, so we can keep our nature reserve. I really think I hear a geyser around here somewhere. I'll have to wait and see while I dig down. Alright, how's research doing? We need to do that one. I said it earlier, but I don't think some of you were here. I couldn't do free emojis, otherwise I would have done that instead. The slots were locked. Something about, what was it? Instant, like, approval or something like that? I don't know. Something was locked on my account. It's not old enough for me to put emojis in the free spots, unfortunately. But I will eventually, when I can. We got something down here. Ooh, we have lockers over here. That'll be good. And that looks like one of those, the brain machine thing. I can't remember what they're called. Our printing pod is ready. We could all use a little instant approval. Yeah, no kidding. Husbandry, strength, construction. Not really a great combination that I need. Agriculture, piloting. No. Yeah, we'll take the sand. Oh, here's a geyser. I knew I heard one down here somewhere. Chlorine gas vent. Also, I didn't ask, is the game loud enough for you guys? I have another point of interest over here. What else do we have? We have some Paku over here. That'll be good eating. Another point of interest hiding right here as well. Alright, cool. I'm glad. Sometimes I have it a little too quiet. Look at all that delicious oxygen that's gonna make its way up here. Okay, how is research going? We're almost there. We will need this one as well to make the coal power plant. So for now, you guys just need to run and run forever. Food is doing good. Stress is low. This is actually a pretty good run so far. Alright, let's keep building down. Move over here so we can bypass that chlorine vent. We do not want to open that right now. I forget how far down the oil biome is. Ruby's working hard over here. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Rick. I really appreciate that. We have the smart battery, good. Speaking of, we need to... I wonder if we can dig into here. Let me check. Mima does grilling. Lindsay for construction. And then we will have them dig into here and get this lead, because we'll need that. That lead is very important. Do we have another plant to put in here yet? We do not. They just have an empty pot in their mess hall. Another point of interest. There's some new story events, so some of these will be new to me. What's on the pedestal? Blender, equipment used to conduct experiments, answering the age-old question, could that blend? Alright, we have lead now. Very good. Research this. We're going to dig this out. This is where we will put our coal plant temporarily. Waiting for the ball to drop. Things are going surprisingly smooth right now. I need to remember how to build my coal plant. We'll be using the smart battery. We should have the lead. Does that not count as refined metal anymore? It does. Maybe we need to bring it back. Disaster will sneak up on you in this game. What achievement did we get? Okay. I know we have lead. Okay, now it's letting me build it. Good. It's going to be a simple coal plant for now. Automation. Oh, we need to research that. Hold on. Cancel that because I don't want them building that yet. They'll throw coal in it and run nothing. We need to do this one, and we also need this one down here, the automation wire. How's it going down here? We're making progress. This is not familiar. This is new to me. Can't wait to see what this is. How hot is it down here? Not too hot. Make a couple mush bars. We should be good though. We have lots of pickled meals. Keep a couple of these on hand though, just in case. Would like to move to the next these bristle blossoms for our next food source once we get a stable water supply. Haven't seen a geyser yet, which is a little concerning. Well, a water geyser, I should say, or a steam geyser. What was research doing? Could never get past the worm mill food source. It takes a bit. Once you get a stable water supply, bristle blossoms are a really good food source. It's just you gotta be able to find a geyser and cool down the water. I'm very interested to see what this is down here. Might have to build them some oxygen masks, because it's getting pretty deep. They can just hit this, they'll have some oxygen for a while for digging. Yeah, they're gonna need masks, having to hold their breath. Alright, research is nearly done. I'm going to have them build the coal generator, but I'm gonna have them turn it off so they don't run it wastefully. Oh, that's right, hold on. High priority, so you guys keep those running. Research complete. Okay, automation wire. Now we're getting into the good stuff. Now that we have our basic base built. Yeah, it's a really long way. As soon as I get this running, I'm going to research this one so they'll have their masks. Once we get this running, we can do that, dig down, and then we need to start working on a more stable oxygen supply as well. Probably try to build the pseudo-spom, the self-powered oxygen machine. Alright, turn that off. I don't want you guys using that right now. Whoa. Come on, Ruby, you can do it. Let's get these out of the way. I think we have it now. Yep, okay, cool. Now with this, the coal generator will only activate when the battery is below, or at or below 10%. So let's hook this up to our power supply. I can't afford another dupe yet, so we're gonna have to just take the copper. And once we get this hooked up to the power supply, we can dismantle these. And then won't spend so much time running on the hamster wheels. So we should get that operational tomorrow. And let's set research for this one. The only problem is when we start using the oxygen mask, it's really gonna suck our oxygen out of here. We still have algae for now, but we need to be careful. So our long-term, very important goal is to start building the oxygen machine. Because if we run out of algae, we are out of air. We still have a lot nearby, though. But it goes fast. Alright, yep, get the lead. And we can turn this on now. How much coal do we have? Let's keep track of that. That is not a lot of coal. So let's start digging out coal as well. I see some over here. Just dig all that out. And there's still some more coal up here, so that should be good for now. And I'll see, this will kick on when the battery drops below 10%. Well, they have to put coal in it first. That would help. We can dismantle these. Excuse me. And with that, now we can also do this. Wait, no, we can't. Hold on. Research. Where is it? The Atmos sensor. Where are you? I know you're somewhere. Liquids, gases. There we go. We'll need that. Yeah, it's really consuming juice. Look at that. It'll run back up to 100% and then it'll turn off. Yep, there we go. Okay, everything is working with that. Now this, I need to get the Atmos sensor so it's not running all the time. So we'll just build the automation wire right here. It's very useful, otherwise it'll just run continuously and use all your coal. See, now it'll kick back on. And there we go. The system will be powered by this now, as long as we can keep coal. We have 7.6 tons. That's not a lot, but it'll have to do for now, until we can find more. Which is also why we need to find that natural gas geyser, because the coal won't last forever. Oh, there it is! This teleporter supply input. That's for when we go to the next planetoid. We can send resources there using this. Alright, so we have our oxygen mask and dock. Alright, so we should have the Atmos sensor relatively soon. If Ruby hurries up, please. And so for now we can... stations. We'll put a checkpoint here. And one docking station. Yeah, she really needs to science harder, please, Ruby. We really need these upgrades. Then we need a crafting station. So we can build some masks. Now where am I going to put it? It's going to go in the kitchen for now. And then we will add this. I don't really like it being that close to our... We're pretty rich on oxygen, so as long as we keep it here... This is all a temporary setup, by the way. It's not going to be permanent. And then... Any day now, Ruby. I've got a gas pipe. Bring it... Ah! Bring it down here. Alright, Raj, we'll be here. Connect this to the power source. We now have our Atmos sensor. We need lead. Did we use all of our lead? No, we still have more lead. Not very much, though. Should be enough to build it. We need 25, that's only 20. Shoot. Okay, we're gonna have to smash up some copper. I don't like doing that because it's only a 50% return, but we don't really have any other choice right now. Now we're going to research the one that gives us the oxygen bridge. Not the oxygen, the gas bridge. Where is it? There we go, gas filter. How are they doing down here? They're not getting very far. We have an ice biome over here. Still not seeing very many geysers, which is a little alarming. Let's see if we can... There we go, yeah. Okay, so... Our world has no unusual features. Peak light, cosmic radiation. It looks like we have a guaranteed chlorine. We found that one. Guaranteed salt geyser, cool steam vent, natural gas geyser, and an oil reservoir. And 12 unknown geysers. Just need to find them. Can't believe we are 5 lead short. There's more lead down here. Probably do that instead. There we go. We'll dig all that out. Hopefully they won't get themselves stuck down there. Who is trapped? Of course. You guys got yourself stuck down here. Alright. Come on. Let's build the ladder, guys. Mima's gonna die if we don't get her oxygen. Okay, she's good. Alright, we now have more lead. Build that. Excuse me. Alright, so now we need to craft a suit. Oxygen mask. Just make one. And then we have the... No, we don't have the gas filter yet. Come on, Ruby. Work faster. Alright, now we should have it. Gas filter. Ah! Wrong button. Hold on. Okay. Alright, intake, outtake. That goes in here. Filters out oxygen. I'll just put a regular gas vent there. Ta-da! And we'll need to plug that into the power system. Hopefully we are not overloading it. Yeah, we're overloading it big time. Deconstruct this. We don't need that now. That we found more lead. Printing pod will be ready in 54 seconds. 30,000 calories. We are good on food. How is dirt? We don't want to run out of dirt. That is essential for our food supply. We have 40 tons. Okay, grease monkey caregiver, gastrophobia. Don't really need those. We'll take the eggs. And we'll probably smash them up into scrambled eggs or omelets. Let's get an egg cracker. Alright, deliver that oxygen mask we made down here. And we're going to filter out oxygen so it will go into our oxygen mask dock. So that should be working now. Oh, wrong one. Where's the ventilation? There we go. Oxygen is being piped into here. It will fill up the mask, and then our dupes will be able to freely move down here without, you know, dying of oxygen deprivation. At least one dupe. We only want this running when the pressure falls below 750 grams. That should help use less algae in the long run. We'll have less pressure up here, but it's okay. We need to conserve our algae. Okay, we are doing good. I need you guys to deliver the mask, please. Here we go. Ruby has it. Alright, should fill up the mask. Alright, they are not allowed to go past this point without an oxygen mask. So whoever is assigned to digging should come down here and be able to dig now. So long as they don't hit super hot temperatures, they will be safe down here. Yep, there we go. Travolta's got a little oxygen mask now. You can be down here much longer. We have idle dupes, hold on. That is full. Keep sweeping, guys. Oh. Finished all the sweeping tasks I gave you. We have some polluted oxygen over here that's being converted into clean oxygen by our deodorizers, so that's good. Yeah, we have actually quite a bit being produced over here by our polluted water. Alright, let's see what's going on down here. Alright, Travoldo got that far. Let's have him keep going down. And since we're producing carbon dioxide, we probably need to get an algae terrarium down here. It'll convert carbon dioxide back to oxygen using algae and water. The terrariums are actually much more efficient than these, but these are easier to use to make oxygen. So I think I'll turn this down to 500 grams. And we'll build 2 algae terrariums. It produces a lot of polluted water, though. But that can be recycled back into clean water later. We're good on food. Algae is a little low, but not bad. We can dig up more. We have coal, lots of dirt. Oxygen pressure is okay. And the sooner we can get down here to the oil biome, the better. That'll be our next stage of research and production. We can also probably start digging up as well to find the surface. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We could turn this into another room over here. Nope, you need to die. You're eating important stuff. We're not ready for hatches yet. And we got a lot of liquid stuff researched. No decorative seeds yet? That's a shame. Alright, clean up the mess hall, please. That looks awful. The decor in there is garbage. I want to build a... Where is it? Airflow tile, because we have a lot of good oxygen trapped right here. Yeah. Can't get past this block. So it'll float out easier into the base. And research, let's see, what's next? We're going to need to start focusing on building the SPOM. So let's get that for the electrolyzer, that's very important. Geraldo's making good progress. Unfortunately... Ooh. There's the anti-entropy thermal nullifier, that's very important. Trying to decide if we should dig this way or this way to get to the... What are the temperatures? The ice biome could be very useful, I just... We'll dig into this one. Because we need to get into here anyway. Just don't know how much farther is it. Let's see if we can... Yeah, we got a ways to go before we hit the bottom of the asteroid. Algae terrariums are producing oxygen, consuming the carbon dioxide this generates. Alright, I don't want this running all the time, that's the thing. Need to put some sort of limiter on it. But I don't think we have the necessary automation things right now. It should only run until it fills this up. Finished more research. Idle dupes. Okay, so what's going on down here? Geraldo's making really good progress. See another ice biome. Still no geysers yet, which is a little alarming, I'm not gonna lie. That means they're probably way out here on the sides of the asteroid. Oh, I see salt water. That's a good sign. Alright, I don't really want to disrupt this oxalite, so we're gonna come over here and just dig straight down. It's not too hot. It won't burn them. We'll need a more efficient route down to the bottom of the asteroid, but for now we're just gonna take the easiest route. Yep, we have a ocean biome over here, it looks like. So we should have a saltwater geyser, that'll be good. We have at least one water source that's been found. What is this? LED lights? Haven't seen that before. Alright, why are we idle? I don't like that. Keep sweeping. Because I have so much crap to clean up around here. Whoa, that was loud. Don't sweep up the water, we don't want that. You can sweep this up as well. We'll have a nice tidy base eventually. See some fossils, that's very important. Interested to see what this is. Oh, new printable. Alright, let's see. Any good dupes here? Ooh, Camille has 10 excavation and mole hands. She would be a really good digger, but we already have someone who's good at digging. But that would be like 13 excavation just right off the bat. It's really, really tempting. I can't risk my oxygen supply, it'd be too much. Sorry, Camille, you're a really good dupe, though. Right. Come on, Travaldo, I want to see what's down here. Travaldo, where are you? I want you to... High priority digging. I think I need to get some water here in a second. I'm gonna follow Travaldo right now. To get a little buff center of attention if you're watching them. This duplicate feels like someone's watching over them. This should be lower priority. Why are you guys doing this? You have other stuff you need to be doing. Why isn't Travaldo coming down here and doing this? Lindsay is. Okay. It's a little weird, but alright. Whoever can dig, it doesn't matter. I'm going to increase the priority on this slightly. Whoa! Somnium synthesizer. Story trait. Somnium synthesizer. I've discovered a new dream analyzing building buried deep in our asteroid. It seems to contain new sleep-specific suits. Could these be the key to unlocking my duplicant's ability to dream? I've often wondered what they might be capable of once their imaginations were awakened. Interesting. An organic multi-cortex repository processing system fueled by oxygen analyzes dream journals produced by duplicants wearing pajamas. Provides a sustainable boost to duplicant skills and abilities throughout the colony. Ooh. Light range, 7 tiles. Brightness, decor. So. Gives them a nice skill boost. Interesting. Making this higher priority. I want this dug out, please. Oh, here comes Travaldo. Let's see if we can see any geysers yet. Does not look like it. I'm gonna have them start digging up here. So let's put in some doors to keep our oxygen down here. So I'll deconstruct this. Dig that out. Some polluted water we need to sweep up. There we go, sweep that up. No research focus. Let's pick something real fast. Gonna need the water sieve soon. Really wish we could find another geyser. That's why we're going to start digging up as well. Put in the manual airlock doors. And just... there we go. Nothing more satisfying than watching your base operate once it gets to a more automated stage. Come back down here, see what the progress is. Gonna make this all 9s or 8s for priority. Oxygen is pretty low. Someone is trapped. Lindsay, really? Boy, you're not very bright, are you? Alright, these doors should keep our oxygen from moving up in here. It's not perfect, but it'll slow it down. Ooh, I don't want to put a block there. So we can keep that oxalite trapped so it doesn't disperse oxygen. Sweep that. Did we run out of coal? I guess I need to put some coal in here. Quickly. It's not very good oxygen dispersal, but... I mean, it's barely breathable, but hey, it's still breathable. They're fine. We need to conserve algae as much as possible. Should be putting this carbon dioxide down here. That would be smarter. Let's build a gas bridge. I keep pressing R to rotate like in Zomboid, but to rotate in this one it's O. Then we'll bring this right here. Time for some pipe spaghetti. Alright, that was the progress down here. We should almost be to the oil biome, hopefully. Let's get some resources we need to keep track of. Sand is important, but we have plenty of it for now. We keep an eye on our copper usage. Keep track of lead. And that's it for now. Okay. So watch your little ants for a minute while I take a drink of coffee. Who was trapped? Mima is trapped. Alright. If you dig this out, you won't be trapped. Come on. I'm so glad they added the trap notifications. Nope, mop this up. Let's keep that stinky water in bottles. Thank you very much. Uh-oh, too much to mop here. Hold on, let me dig this out. Welcome back, JR. We have an automated power plant now, so we're not running on hamster wheels anymore. Also have an oxygen mask dock. Hold on, I need to mop this up. Alright, that should be good. And we're slowly making our way down to the oil biome. It's taking a while. Who is idle? Mima? Really, Mima? You got stuck again? Boy, they're not very bright. Coffee? I should probably get more coffee. Alright. I do not trust these dupes to take care of themselves while I'm gone, so I'm going to pause while I go get some water and coffee. I'm going to put you guys on my beer back screen, and I will be right back. Maybe. There we go. Okay, I will be right back. Coffee and water. And they are paused. Okay, wanted to double check so they didn't die while I was gone. I am back. Sorry about that. Let's go back to the game before I forget. Whew. I was running around like a maniac. Okay, water, coffee, we're good. Got my little mug warmer for Christmas so my coffee will stay nice and toasty. Yeah, let's not forget that I almost forgot to put water in the Keurig, so that's what took me so long. Alright, where was I? Oh yeah, so we're working on this. Still waiting for him to dig way down here. Also, we found this. I don't know if you guys were here earlier when I found this. The Dream Analyzer. Sometimes I forget about my coffee and it gets a little cold. Takes me forever to drink a cup of coffee. So that's why I got my mug warmer for Christmas. We're gonna take the food for sure right now. Even though, hold on. No, we need the food. Hold, give me the food. There we go. Not a big fan of iced coffee, but I do like cold brew. Cold brew coffee is my... Ooh, I'll take that over regular coffee any day. And also, thank you for the welcome back. Standard meal. I think you ate an omelet. Not something grisly. It's a little mug warmer. It's shaped like a little kitty cat that has its paws out where the little spoon rests. It's very cute. I guess I could post a picture later on my Twitter. Coffee isn't for everyone, that's for sure. It's definitely an acquired taste. Just waiting on these dupes to finish all the work that I've given them. Oh yeah, I need to dismantle this. It makes sense to send our carbon dioxide down here to our algae terrariums. You guys really need to sweep up this polluted water. It's putting stinky air in our base. Alright. So I'm gonna pick that up. Need to up the priority on this so they actually do it. Yeah. I have to be careful with my coffee intake, because if I have too much, my anxiety gets really bad, and I'm like, why do I feel so horrible when I've had like 4 cups of coffee today? And some energy drinks, it really depends on the energy drink, but most of the time, coffee has more caffeine. One more to calm my nerves. Yeah, I'm on my 3rd one right now. I cut myself off after 3 of my days off. Let's see how they're doing down here. Getting closer. Keep an eye on the temperature so we don't burn poor Trivaldo to death. Up the priority on this. Come back up here and watch how they're doing. Algae is not looking good though, but we still have some to dig up. So we should be okay for a while. We did find a salt water biome, so there should be a salt geyser over here. So we have a water source. It's just a complicated one. Because we can desalinate the water. Guys need to plunge that outhouse. Or do you need to dig this down a little bit further? We've been using a lot of this water resource. But soon we'll have this area free, so that's nice. Wish we could take on another dupe, but we just can't risk using too much oxygen. I'm sure we found another decorative plant seed. We have not. Oh, how are we doing up here? I forgot about this digging project. Pretty good, pretty good. That's my biggest weakness in this game, is taking on too many dupes and then using up too much of my algae supply before I have a spawn set up. This looks like saltwater? Yeah, this looks like an ocean biome. Gotta be careful not to flood our base. That's sand, so hold on. Good thing I saw that. That would have been bad. Barely breathable, which is the goal. Empty that out so they can keep sweeping. You guys really need to put this polluted water away. Because it's just stinking up our base. That's a lot of polluted oxygen. Hope nobody has yucky lungs. Let me see. Doesn't look like it. You're holding your breath, though. Yeah, you have lucky lungs. Air consumption rate plus 30 grams a second. That is horrible. Let's do this. How are you doing down here, Trivaldo? Getting closer. I think this should be the last biome, and then we should have the oil biome down here. Thank you. This is one of my favorite games. I think last I checked I have like 1,600 hours in it. Somebody was trapped. Just a few. This is one of my favorite games ever, I'm not gonna lie. We are getting closer to the surface. Explain some basics for little old lost being confused. Well, right now our current goal is to get down to the oil biome, which is how you start your basic industry. Because we need to get the oil and convert that into petroleum so we can build a... We need to build a SPOM, which is a self-powered oxygen machine, and we need more advanced resources for that. So our main priority right now, our long-term goal, is to get to the oil biome so we can start building a self-powered oxygen machine, because right now we are using algae to produce oxygen, this stuff right here. But we only have so much in our starting biome. It looks like a lot, but it's not going to last forever. So we throw the algae in here. It produces oxygen, which I'm barely giving them any oxygen right now to conserve. And then once we get, like I said, once we get to the oil biome, we can make oil and petroleum, and then we can start building a cooling loop. Then we can really power our industry. We can make steel, and we can make more advanced things like the suits so they can go into hotter zones. Basically, we're running from... Who got trapped? Travaldo was trapped. All this damn sand. Yes, magic, I see. You'll see, as we progress, it'll make more sense. Because, let me see. The SPOM, or self-powered oxygen machine, we will use... Where is it? The electrolyzer, which converts water into oxygen to hydrogen. And then we'll basically send the oxygen out into our base, and we'll use the hydrogen to power the machine. So that's why they call it the self-powered oxygen machine. And that will be our biggest lifesaver, because once we find a water resource, we'll be able to infinitely have oxygen. And we won't have to rely on algae so much. It's just the process of getting from point A to point B is a lot. You gotta make sure you don't die in the process. Calories are good, algae is good. We have coal. We also have to keep an eye on coal, which is running our power system here, which is also a finite resource. Yes, the game has geysers like this. This is a chlorine geyser. But essentially, there will be like a steam vent, which is, it looks the same, but it produces hot, steamy water infinitely. Yeah. Or we also have the, I think there's a saltwater geyser over here as well we can use. We can desalinate the water and turn it into regular water, and then bring it up here and put it in the oxygen machine, and so on. And then eventually, once we get stabilized here, we can move to the next planetoid, because this is our home asteroid. And I think on this mode, there's 2 or 3 other little planets we can move to. But that's a long-term goal. We're not even close to that yet. Because this machine, eventually when we get to our second planet, we can put items and liquids and gases into here and send them to that world. Yeah. It's had quite an update with the DLC. Pay and Gossman, creativity, construction, cuisine, piloting, athletics. We're gonna take the Oxalite. No more dupes right now. Essentially, yes. We are getting closer to the surface. That is good. And eventually we'll be able to make rockets to leave this planet as well. Because like Atomic said earlier, in the beta for this game, these water resources were your only resources, so you had to essentially recycle your dupes' vomit and pee into more water. But it's a good thing they added the geysers, because the game is essentially infinitely playable, aside from some resources. And so we're almost there. So let's see if I can take a little peek. Let me see. Where's the map edge? That's the map edge right there. So we're almost there. The oil biome should probably be about right here. Geraldo just needs to work harder. Well, that's Lindsay, never mind. I agree. As well. This little coffee warmer is so cute. Ooh, that's hot. Which makes sense, but still, that's hot. We're making our way up there. This is the hard part of the game, just waiting to get down here. Be easier if we had a more direct path, but it's hard to work past all this stuff. Yeah, everything I make right now is made out of copper. Copper, there's raw resources, so you can use ore, and then later we can refine it into refined copper. So that's why we had to have the lead earlier, because the automation systems, you have to use refined metals, and lead is naturally refined. And the lead has a obviously very low melting point, so we have to be careful where we use it. What is the melting point of lead again? Melting point. 327 degrees Celsius. That is not accurate for the state it's in. And we're also on a race against time, because slowly all this heat over here is seeping into this area. And all these power sources are eventually going to produce a lot of heat as well. I'm going to make this the highest possible priority for Trivaldo. I'll just let Hypnotil deal with all that management then. Yeah. This mugwormer is going to be very useful for streaming. It's so nice to have coffee again as well, because I think for the first, week or week and a half after my surgery, I couldn't have coffee, which is 50% of my blood at this point. Couldn't have soda, I couldn't have coffee. Had to drink regular old water. Yeah, you have to be really careful with heat death in your bases. Eventually we'll be able to build thermotiles to protect ourselves from this heat. Excuse me. Really need you guys to sweep this up, please. Thank you very much. Wow, they're actually getting the base cleaned up. That's weird. And let's see, we'll clean that up, and this up. And I think if we go here as well, it's been a while, let me see. Summary. And there's our achievements. We can see the time lapse of our little base too. Yeah, I really like watching this sometimes to see the progress, and you can see us digging down here now. And you can see just how big this asteroid is, the home planet. Well, planetoid. Almost all physical problems can be solved by drinking more water, sleeping more, and exercising. True, I did 2 of those a lot when I was recuperating. Like I said, there was an entire week of December where I was asleep basically all day and all night. Alright, come on, Trivaldo. I'm just waiting for you down here. Why are we idle? We're not allowed to be idle. Keep sweeping. The work never stops. Yeah. Sleep was very important, but I was just tired of sleeping at one point. But I couldn't do anything else. It was too painful to sit at my desk and do anything. Whenever I would use my Switch, I would just fall asleep in 5 minutes. These are producing a little bit of oxygen for us as well, so that's good. I did play a little bit of Pokemon when I was able to stay awake. Ugh, that sounds awful. Alright, let's check Travolta's priorities. Yeah, he's set to digging. I think he's digging up here, though. No, Lindsay's digging up here. I think this is a lower priority for digging. This is just a side project, we'll make it 4 priority. It was trapped. Oh, Tripaldo. Oh, that sounds awful. I once had a hairline fracture in my wrist when I was like 5. That was awful. Did not like my cast. Alright. Come on, guys, I want this to get done. Luckily for me, all of my extraction sites were sewn shut, so I didn't have to worry about losing my blood clot. It was bad though. My face was so swollen and I had a bruise on my face. The anesthesia was wild, let me tell you. It's weird losing track of time like that, because you're awake 1 second and the next you're waking up and there's the person who was there with me picking me up. I was like, why are there 2 of you? And then every single little movement felt like I was gonna fall out of the chair, and when they wheeled me out in the wheelchair, they went over the threshold on the door, and it was a little tiny bump, and I was like, whoa! Like I was gonna fall out. The scariest part was the anesthesia, though. I've never been put under, and had no idea if my body would have a bad reaction to anesthesia. Aw, crap. No. Dang it. I didn't mop that up in time. Machinery strength. We're gonna take these eggs and we're gonna crack them open. Actually, let's crack open these eggs too. No, not for forever, just the 3 we have. And I think it was 2 pip eggs. They're not showing up here yet. Yeah, pip eggs. It's scary. Because you never know. Because that's how people die under anesthesia. Their body has a reaction to it. And it's so rare, and you can test for it, but it's so expensive and it's so rare that it's not efficient to do that. I really don't want to have to take this out, but I'm going to have to. Yeah, that's true. Alright. Dang it. Oh man. Oh well. I was hoping to keep it in bottles, but oh well, we'll just have to fill this up with stinky water now. Unless we just keep digging it out. Good job, Tribaldo. There we go. Now we can mop it up. Perfect. What are we doing down here? I'm gonna do this. This is gonna be noisy, but I want this to get done. I would not like to have to mop up pea water as well. So I don't blame you guys for being upset. Alright, Tribaldo, get to work. Alright, we need to research this. The fire pole. That'll make things a lot faster. We're going to move this down here so there's better airflow on our base. So let's dig that out. Automation wire, deconstruct. Alright, he's actually making progress now. Okay. I don't like having to do things on top priority, but oh well. Oh, there it is. How'd you end up in the bathroom, of all places? Deconstruct that. Yeah, we really need to get this rebuilt. Hold on. Temporarily make this 9. No. 9. Come up here. Automation wire. We'll put it right about there. There we go. That should be good. Give that a higher priority so they actually do it. No! Who dug up chlorine? Crap. Hold on. Slight emergency here. I really don't want that chlorine dispersing into my base. Deadly allergic to cats and dogs? Oh man. Yeah, don't you just love how people react to allergies? Uh-oh, consumable. Okay, yeah. As long as they're underwater, they won't disperse into a gas. But I need this cleaned up ASAP. Where is it? Okay, looks like they're picking it up. Why are you putting coal in there? We don't need coal in there. Okay, they put the bleach stone away. Okay, we are good. Algae is good. Coal is getting a little low. Yeah, we're gonna have to help Trivaldo out here. Because he's spending a lot of his time traveling down here. Unreachable. Why? Oh, I think the mask broke. Yeah, they have to repair it. Repair it. And make another mask. I have a pill for that. It would be a great resource in Zomboid to run into. You got it, JR. I'll loot you. I've been told I should probably get an allergy test, but I've never gotten around to it. Nothing's killed me yet so far. Oof, kidney stones are rough. And it would be a tragedy if you were allergic to turtles. Yeah, I do have some mild allergies when it comes to pollen and that, but nothing terrible. Alright, why aren't we making the mask? Come on, guys. Okay, Ruby's making the mask. Esther! Hold on. You can't be back there. She was sitting behind my computer. I was wondering why it was getting so hot. That's why it's a bit traumatizing when you name them toadstones. Toadstones is actually a kind of like a folklore thing. They used to think, like the certain toads, that their teeth would be like magical rocks. I can't remember exactly what I read about it recently. When they would find fossilized versions of them, they thought that toads carried their own antidote in the little rock to their poison. Alright, we can empty that oxygen. Alright, there goes Trivaldo, back to digging. Meanwhile, we will keep working up here. Turn this into another room. Excavation and construction. Ooh, not small bladder, no. We'll take the ice. That is good advice. My brother has kidney stones sometimes, so I know how truly awful it can be. That's one way to look at it. There's the surface. All right, we are... Ooh, there's a little shovel. Shovel. All right, we have hit the surface. That is good for when we start building rockets. That sounds really rough. I hope between your computer and your kidneys. What is entombed? Yeah, make sure you put yourself in a convenient location for us to find so we can loot your zombie body. Alright, what is entombed again? Alright, next we need to work on... I think it's gonna be down here what we need for the spawn. Ice fan, ice maker, insulated tile, where is it? I think it's gonna be... Oh, here it is. This is what we need over here. There we go. I'll allow that. It flagged it for sex-based vulgarity. Nah, that's good. No worries. Ooh, even caffeine pills? I'll loot you for that alone. Sweep that up. Alright, so we have a research room, we have a rec room, we have a mess hall. Let's build a tiny massage table. And I'm gonna add it to this power grid. It's dangerous, but oh well. Never know when you're gonna go fishing, that's true. Fishing anytime in the apocalypse. Come on, Travaldo, you are so close. I can taste it. All that delicious oil. Who is starving? Travaldo, you'll get there eventually. You're fine. You must not be that hungry if you went to the bathroom first. Oh, let's sweep that up. You can't disturb the learning process. Alright, now we have a tiny massage clinic for when they get stressed. We can sweep that up. What else do we need? Don't have a hospital yet, but that's fine. We don't need a hospital. It's fine. It's all good. Greenhouse, stable, laboratory. We're not quite there yet. Yeah. You don't need a hospital if you just don't get sick. Trifaldo, you are banned from doing anything that is not digging. Your life is nothing but digging. Dang it. Well, we can do those ones just in case. Research is on its way. Why? Why are you just standing here? You should be coming down here to dig this out. Hold on. Skills. You should be able to dig abyssalite. Yeah, he can dig that. Let me see. You might not be able to... Yeah. Did the mask break? Yeah, I think the mask broke. That's why he can't. Alright, so you can do tidying, I guess. So you're not just standing there doing nothing. Thought the rocks with spikes were unmineable. You mean the abyssalite? No, you have to have a certain skill in digging in order to dig past these. Which is... super hard digging. Speaking of, let's give you another rank up. Mima, what are you gonna do? Doctorin. Don't need to upgrade that yet. Trifaldo. There we go. Okay, now he should be able to go back down there. Where is our coal at? We are low on coal, so let's dig this up right here, but not the plants. We don't want to lose our nature reserve. That'll also give us more algae too, so that's good. Alright, just getting to the oil biome is what's really holding us back right now. So I'm going to temporarily disable this. And I'm going to have all our dupes build fire poles. So Trifaldo can get down there faster to dig. Alright, that should save him a lot of time. Alright, if they disable this, they'll be able to go past it freely without the mask. Alright, it's disabled. Yeah. Very careful to make sure I'm not cutting into there. Thank you. Let's make that an 8. Everyone needs to work together to get this built, please. Or you can run down here and do this, I guess. Please build the fire pole first. And Travolta, you still have the mask on. It has no air in it. Where are you going? Oh my god. Come over here, please. No, they are not. Alright, drop the mask. Sweet lordy. Alright, come on. Yeah. Making sure they don't trap themselves or bury themselves alive. I once had to build their head into a literal wall. We're going to eventually lose somebody to being trapped or dumb, so just be emotionally prepared for that. It will probably be Travoldo. That's pretty much how it is with the dupes. I'd have a constant stream of orders or they do nothing. But they've got a large portion of the base cleaned up, so that's really good. Look at all that delicious oxygen waiting to be cleaned. Ooh, I'm going to take these and move them into here. But I'm going to do this so we can build a ceiling on this place. There we go. Make that a lower priority so they're not fixated on this when I need them to do other things. Oh, that would be the worst. Alright, Travoldo, you are temporarily allowed to build. So you can help build the fire pole. What was that game called that you're talking about? I can't remember. I can't remember what that game was called. I know what you're talking about, though. Alright, once they get this built, the traveling down here should be much faster. It's just taking time while they build it. Yeah, I think you did. I just don't remember what the name of it is. Like Steve or Bob or something. I can't remember it. Oh well. Almost done. Look at you go, Lindsay. Yeah, I know. They're not very bright. But they're almost done with it, so that's good. Alright, someone needs to put the suit back in here, please. The duplicants definitely have spirit. They don't have very many brains, though. Keeping an eye on our algae and coal usage. Something sounds like it's leaking. My favorite duplicant is either Stinky or Meep. They're my favorites. Hydro sensor, thermo aqua tuner are very important. Have to select these. Ooh, that's new. Conduction panel, what the heck? Carries liquid allowing extreme temperature exchange within overlapping buildings. Can function in a vacuum. I've never seen that before. Huh. Alright, we're going to set up the water sieve soon. Okay. They are done with the fire pole, so I'm going to turn this back on. I'm going to put down a second one as well, so maybe Lindsay can help him dig. I just don't want to put too many and consume too much oxygen. Where are you guys? Alright, we're almost there. Alright, with the fire poles, they'll be able to traverse down here much faster. How is oxygen doing? Whoa, why do we have so much? Holy moly. 500 grams. I forgot to reset that. That is way more oxygen than you guys deserve. Sweep up the stinky water. Deliver a suit. I know. I once had a base a long time ago that was making too much oxygen. There was too much pressure and their ears were popping. But having too much oxygen isn't really a problem. You got it. We'll be here. Look, see how much faster he gets down here now? This will really speed up his digging process. Didn't know what was a thing. Not quite following. Oh, the popping ears. Yeah. It can be a thing sometimes. Luckily, this won't produce too much. It'll stop at a certain point. But when you have machines making oxygen, it doesn't know to stop. I've only ever had that problem once, though. Still very interested to try this. I haven't done this before. Ooh. The pajama cubby. Oh, that's so cute. Pajamas. Contains ultra soft sleepwear. They melt at 2,426 degrees Celsius. Wow. Alright, Travaldo and Lindsay. Come on, let's get to that oil biome. Actually, I have an idea. Granite? This will speed it up as well if we use... Because they have to haul sandstone down here, so let's make it out of granite and they can use what's on the ground. That should help as well. Let's not waste that. Dig that out, please. Why are you... Don't haul granite down here, there's a whole pile right here. Yeah, that was probably another part of our problem. They were having to haul sandstone down here to make these ladders. Hopefully they start using this granite. Ooh, that was some game lag. Any day now, guys. There you are. Okay, Travaldo. Alright, we are one step closer. Yeah. They also go back sometimes because, by the time they climbed down here on the ladders before, they were using like half of the oxygen in their mask. Next to where it's dropping. Hold on. Who is entombed? Not quite sure what you mean there. If you do a ladder on the tile next to where it is dropping. Alright, now we're actually making some good progress. Ladder going down one tile left or right. They should be smart enough to grab from here. They have been in the past. Ooh, citrus spandex. That's pretty cute. Creativity, machinery, strength. No, we are never taking a mouth breather. Unpracticed artist, squeamish. We're gonna take the suit. And I think Mima gets to wear that. Oh, that's so cute! She looks like a little lemon. And we do need to hurry up and get down there. Yeah, no mouth breathers. They consume more oxygen. Alright, here comes Travaldo. Ruby, you're coming to help dig? Okay. Whatever. Oh no, you're picking a box of light. That's good. Yep, see now they're picking it up from here? That's good. Okay, now they're being smart enough. Don't know where that water is coming from. Oh, there's a little bit of ice right here. That's fine. Yeah. We may not take mouth breathers and Oni, but we'll accept them in real life. I guess. Yeah, now you guys are really making progress. Look at that. Food is getting a little bit low. What's going on with food? We have enough dirt, because we feed the dirt to these. I'll make a couple of mush bars just in case. And Mima will fry them up as well. Alright, this is picking up pace really nice. Just gonna chill here. Take a sip of my coffee. That's one thing I always forget is to use biome-specific ladder types to speed up the process, so that's partially on me as well. I was getting mad at my dupes when I was kind of being a dingus. Yet, Raj, yet. Point of interest over here. This looks like one of those brain machines. I forget what they're called. Looks like one over here too. Another point of interest over there. Have we seen any geysers yet? I keep forgetting to look. No geysers. Yeah. If you listen closely when you move around the map, you can hear them sometimes. That's how I heard the chlorine one before we found it. Plus they have to be actively doing something. Like I hear water running right here. So there's something here. Let's see. There's the surface. You hear a slight little static radio sound when you're near the surface. Then, let's see. There's a Wheezewort. Not hearing any yet. There's something over here, though, that we heard. I'll have to check that out. I think we are at the very tip of getting to the oil biome, finally. Oh, we have idle dupes. It's because this is full. Let's drop it on the floor. There we go, they should be able to pick it up. We'll come back down here and see how they're doing. Yep, and that's the end of the map, so about 53 tiles from the bottom. So we're pretty close now. Oh, paused. Might help if I unpause it. Daily reports. Calorie generation is looking good. Actually, no, we need to be making more. Stress change. We added 137 errands today and 133 were completed. Texas tea, as they call it. 35 wild critters. Interesting. Spend 50% of their time traveling, which is not good. Not much we can do about that right now, though. I don't really want to have to build another fire pole, but we might have to. It's just very expensive. That's a lot of copper. This right here might be full of oil. Usually if they're this far down, they're full to the brim of oil, this little point of interest. It's heating up, so we are getting closer. For the ladder, you mean? Let me see. Still have quite a bit of granite to use. Or not, maybe? $988 kilograms, and it's 100 per ladder, so that should be enough. I think they're just being dumb. What else we got here? There's fossils, alright. We're at the very edge of it. Unless that's tricking me with a salt biome, which I doubt, because I see iron. Oh, you mean a different resource for the ladder, that's right. No, I think we only have copper right now, and uranium. And it's 100 per tile, that's a lot of copper. Yep, diamond. Okay, this is officially the oil biome right here. If we can get some iron, maybe we can. Please tell me you're not hauling granite down here. Alright, you're digging. Where are you going? Supplying critical materials. No, you need to be doing this. 9. In fact, I want to see what's down here. Move down here. Yeah, there we go. Cool. See some fossils that'll be good for steel production. Diamonds are always useful. A little bit of iron. How hot is it? Yeah, it's getting really hot. Our duplicates might get a little bit burnt when they're down there pumping out the oil. So let's make a makeshift hospital. Pakus, you guys can hop into the water supply. Let me open the door for you. Oh, we're out of water here. Let's move this down here. And once we clear the way, the Paku will be able to flop right here into the water and we'll have a little food source. For now, they're just gonna do that for a minute. Sweep up the polluted water. Ooh, yikes. Why is our power not running? We have coal. Oh, they'll make it. They can live for quite a long time like this. See, there they go. The Great Migration. And they will be overcrowded, so we will need to kill a couple of them. So they'll lay eggs. Sorry, guys. Just don't look. Give me that Texas tea. Yeah, 90 degrees Celsius. They're gonna get a little burnt, so let's put down some triage cuts over here. You'll be finally earning your keep, Mima. You know, besides all the food you make. Hey, welcome! Rage Armor? Yeah, I said that right. And that's okay, we welcome frogs and toads here. Alright, Lindsay, come on. Why are you guys delivering granite? We have granite down here. Stop it! Come on, Geraldo, I believe in you. Losing my sanity over my dupes building one ladder at a time and then leaving. Oh my god. Sorry, whatever. At least we're making progress now. Better than before. We have granite here. Yeah, I know. Alright, how much... What else is in this pile? Mavic rock. Ignis rock. Oh, look at that. Hold on. 6 tons of Ignis. Let's start building ladders out of Ignis. Maybe they'll stop being dinguses long enough. There's the first glance of oil right there. That's one of the things I liked about SimCity is you could throw disasters right down on top of them. But I'd rather not do that with my colony. I've been working hard on this. Alright, Geraldo, come on. Did we build... Yes, Ignis rock. Ignis dingus. Look at that progress! They're both down here at the same time? Well, bye guys, okay? Never mind. False alarm. Alright, we are dangerously low on coal. We need to dig some up. Where can I find some coal? This looks good right here. Gotta be careful not to dig all that sand and all that water will fall out. I have to really recommend Oxygen Not Included if you're interested in this game. It's a lot of fun. It can be frustrating getting your dupes to do things you need them to do, but it's a lot of fun. Well, you came to the right place. Alright, finally. We got some coal again. We're up to 7 tons now. That's good. Why is my... Oh, okay. I don't care about this battery. Delicious oil. Yes. Perfect. Alright. Excellent. Now comes the fun part. It's just enough to get us started, what we need to do. Because now we need to start building our industry. We need to pump the oil out of there and refine it into petroleum. And the thing is, that pump's going to overheat at that temperature, and we don't have any gold. That's the problem. So what we're probably going to do is we're probably going to release this into here to cool this area down so our dupes won't die when they're down here. I don't really want to release slime lungs, so we'll have to be careful. So we'll dig this out. It's not much cooler, but it will cool down this oil in this area. Alright, now we can finally move on to the next phase of my plan. Need to make sure our research is catching up with us as well. We'll do that one. So good to finally see some oil. So now we'll need to build the sieve so we can upgrade from outhouses to actual toilets. And we'll convert dirty water into clean-ish water for them to use. Indeed, that is a lot of grinding. Sometimes there's nothing wrong with being fueled by spite. But as you get older, you have to learn when to let go, unfortunately. Actually, we don't need to sweep that up. That's fine there. Okay, they are doing real good. Okay. Let's see what we got. We need to get... We need to cool this down to at least 75 degrees Celsius. Then we will put down the liquid pump. This is going to be insane. No, let's not use sandstone. What do we have here? Igneous rocks. We're going to use igneous. Bring this way back up here. And we're going to put that on a lower priority so they don't start doing it right now. Just need to make the plans. Spinovation. And then refinement. We'll need the kiln. And let's see. Where are we at with research? We need to get the oil refinery. I don't remember where that's at. It's been a while. It's here somewhere. Where are you hiding? There it is. Fossil fuels. Delicious. Sometimes the best things come out of spite. Oh man. We'll take the food. Alright, then we will need to get the kiln running as well. We're gonna put that here for now. This is gonna be a temporary setup. Trying to think. That is a lot of stinky oxygen. But it's being turned into clean oxygen, so that's good. These deodorizers are working overtime now. That's actually producing quite a bit of oxygen. I think if you have a lot of spite motivation, as we've discussed, I think you'll like this game. It's got a bit of a learning curve, but once you get the hang of it, it's a lot of fun. And there's a lot of good guides on the workshop as well to help you make machinery and all that, because it can be a little intimidating making automation. Yeah, at least the stinky air isn't going into our main base. There's finally a geyser. That's probably just a volcano, though. I'm gonna bet you anything. This is a little bit of a cheat to see what's under a geyser so you don't have to dig it out. That is a polluted water vent down this far? That is weird. I've never seen a polluted water vent in the oil biome. And we are idle. Idle dupes never prosper. See, the good thing about forcing these to be in the bottled format is they produce a lot of polluted oxygen rather than just having a little lake down here, which is being converted into clean air and being sent out into our base. So we are saving on algae. This is literally the lowest priority. Why are you guys building this right now? Oh my god. I have also turned the ladder into the lowest priority. Dang it. Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay. Almost have our oil refinery. That's good. There's something to be said about doing something like that. It can be very satisfying. Cleaning up the base. Algae's looking good. Coal supplies looking good. Yeah. It's not going to be fun filtering the oil out of the polluted water, but it's necessary evil to cool down this area. Because we don't have the Atmos suits yet, unfortunately. It's already getting pretty toasty. Oh, look at all that oil. That's a lot of oil. Also, my coffee is not cold, but it is almost gone. Ooh, it's very hot now that it's almost gone. The little mug warmers is keeping it very toasty. No more coffee, that's my third one. If I have any more, I'll start getting anxiety and the jitters. Sure, turn that off. Turned off the mug warmer so I don't burn my house down. Hot cocoa is tasty. I've just become a coffee addict in my adult years. Alright, it's already starting to cool this area down. It was like 90 degrees Celsius. So it's starting to work, that's good. We're nearly there. Oh my gosh. Are you okay, Raj? That's a lot of coffee. Sink, oil refinery, alright. Pipe that into there. And once again, this is all going to be a temporary setup. I'm going to dig out this area so we capture... Ah! Because when we refine the oil into petroleum, it's going to produce natural gas, which we don't really want escaping into our base. That's not good. So we're going to build a little pocket for it to be trapped into. If you're making mac and cheese, you have to use elbow macaroni. That's just how it is. It's gotta be elbow macaroni. I'm sorry, JR. I disagree. And I was gonna say, that much coffee is not good for your heart. Ooh, colony achievement. What did we get? Enter the oil biome. Yes. That means we finally got down there. And why are we idle? Stop being idle. Oh, you guys actually swept everything up? It can't be. Holy moly, you actually did. That's okay, you guys can always sweep up more crap. No spaghetti is not specifically... Now see, spaghetti I can have pretty much any noodles for. But mac and cheese has gotta be elbow macaroni. There's a little Flixner, they're so cute! Now we need to be careful to make sure we're not going to... Okay, I don't see any zombie spores. That's good. Need to keep an eye out for those stupid little plants. Let me double check. Alright, no zombie spores. Alright, that's good. It's a disease they can get. Zombie spores. Let me see if I can find it in the encyclopedia. Zombie spores are a parasitic brain fungus related to sporochids. Duplicants who touch or inhale these spores risk becoming infected and temporarily losing motor control. So we have to watch out for those germs. Why are you guys building this? We're not even in the biome. Stop it. Need you guys to come down here and finish this project. No, no brain-eating zombies. Hatch a new critter from a morph egg. What? Must have been a wild creature because I have not been ranching creatures yet. No, they do get better, fortunately. You don't have to kill your dupes. We're very lucky there's no spore kids right here because that's what produces the germs for the zombie spores. Because that's a decorative plant, the jumping joy. It's like a little jumping cactus. Oh, there's one that's not half dead. But the sporochids look like little red flowers. Is that one right there? No, it's just something. Choose a blueprint. Snazzier violet suit. Machinery and science, husbandry, science and strength, and more strength. I'm gonna take the snazzy suit. And we're gonna say Travaldo gets to wear it. Oxygen is looking good. Honestly, I think we're getting most of our oxygen from the stinky, polluted water. Those filters are working overtime. They really are. We're about to hit my favorite part of this game is when you start working on your industry. Alright, so it's going to input oil, output petroleum. And we are going to catch the natural gas in this little pocket. We're going to need to start making refined carbon as well. Let's make a few of those. Ooh, did we cool down the temperature? That is much cooler. Okay, now our liquid pump won't overheat. But unfortunately, we do need to filter the oil out. I forgot about that. So we're going to put our liquid filter up here. Deconstruct that. And move that right there. And honestly, we're just going to drop the liquid straight back down. Anything that's not oil will just drop straight back down to the oil biome. We're going to need a power supply down here as well. So let's dig this. Ah, no. Press the wrong button. I'm going to dig this out and put a temporary power plant down here. This all needs to be lower priority. So we'll make it ones. Can't believe we finally made it down here. This needs to be a higher priority. Liquid pipe. Okay, so it's going to input oil. Well, input everything down there. And we're going to filter oil out here. And anything that is not oil will come out this vent and drop straight down. So we need to build that faster. Try to think of what else we need. It's been a while since I've done this. Refinement. We have the kiln. That should be it for now. Because we need to... Oh no, that's... We need to get the metal refinery researched, that's right. Because we need to build a steel... Let's see. I'll try to explain it. Here, where is it? Where's the aqua tuner? Okay, so what we're going to be doing is this thermo aqua tuner needs to be immersed in a liquid. So it's going to be running a cooling loop, so our industry problems, because when we're starting to refine metals into steel, it's going to produce massive amounts of heat. So we're going to use the thermo aqua tuner to run pipes through our industrial system to keep it cool. We'll have like almost freezing polluted water running through it. And then also we can run another one through our base to keep it cool as well. I hope that makes sense. Cat hiding under bed, food on the way, back to grind. And what's most important is that the thermal aqua tuner has to be made out of steel, because that's the... Any other one will overheat with what we need to do. So for that, we need to start researching where is the metal refinery. There it is. We also need to get the... Where was it? We also need to research... We'll have the aqua tuner, but we need... Can't remember what it's called. It's here somewhere. Aha, there we go. The steam turbine. Draws in steam from the tiles directly below, so it's going to draw the steam that's in the thermal aqua tuner area and turn that... It's going to consume the heat and produce power, essentially. You'll see once I get it all set up. So put down a coal generator. We have just enough for one battery. Automation wire. There we go. It'll be really cool to see it in practice as well. Going to dig up this lead. We're going to need that. Clean up the stinky water. I promise we'll have a nicer bathroom system soon, guys. We won't have to live in outhouses forever. Oh, crap. Forgot to put those shine nymph eggs in here. Hold on. Hopefully they don't hatch. Top priority. Move them in there, please. Wherever they are. No, they already hatched. Dang it. Oh well. I wasn't paying attention. Because they could have lived in here and gave light to this little plant that needs light to grow. We have polluted oxygen leaking into our base. What is going on here? I think the pressure's too low. And it's escaping a little bit, but that's okay. Yeah, I think that's why we got it. Yep, we're essentially going to be making a very cool base. No pun intended. So this needs to filter out oil. We're going to need to supply power to all of this. And here comes the very, very expensive part. There we go. Intend my puns. I will never intend my puns. It's very satisfying when you're building the little sound it makes. It's cute. But that was a very expensive power line I just made. 25 kilograms per tile, and it was like over 100 tiles, so that was like 2.5 tons of copper right there. Should be enough. I have 12 tons, and we could dig up more if we need more. Speaking of, algae is getting a little bit low, so let's dig some up. I'm gonna give them a little bit more oxygen because we're having polluted oxygen leak into our base, and I don't like that. Yucky lungs is a very bad debuff. You guys are about to run out of water. Oops. I think we're gonna dig this out here. And use this water supply. They can drown, yes. Gotta be careful. We are low on food. What is happening, Mima? Why do we only have 600 calories of food? I don't like that. Sometimes. They're supposed to be smart enough, but in theory, but in practice, it's... Let's just say they're... At least they're pretty. I once was told I have natural leadership skills. Alright, we are doing good. Just a matter of getting them to do it now. Still need a little bit more algae. This looks good right here. And that'll give us more copper to work with. Okay, Mima made quite a bit of food today, actually. That's good. Let's crack some more eggs. Oh, there is a shine nymph egg somewhere. Where are you? Let's put it here. Oh, it's already in there. Okay. Now once this one hatches, it'll live in here and give this little plant illumination, and we can harvest it eventually. You poor Pakus are running out of water. A snazzier red suit. I'm gonna take it. Alright, who gets... It's gonna be Lindsay. No, Ruby needs a red suit. Even snazzier. Alright. All we need now is the oil refinery, which this is going to be super duper hot. We're going to have to be careful how much we run this down here. In fact, if I can put it over here, that would be best. So we're going to mine this out. Sorry, little dudes. Alright, this is going to be our new water source. We're going to dig it out very carefully. That's a lot of coal right there too, that's good. Yeah. Didn't mean to pause. Alright, we can put another coal. We're going to need at least 2 so we have enough power to power the metal refinery. That's a lot of electricity we need. And we're going to need more automation wire. And then... Hey, at least you only have to worry about one thing. And then what was I doing? Oh, refinement. Oil refinery is going to go as close to the ice as we can get. No, hold on. I need to make room for a reservoir. Refinement. Perfect. And then liquid reservoir. Okay. Going to make a liquid valve so we can control how much we put in there. Okay, so we're going to produce petroleum, which is what we... Oil intake outputs petroleum. Then we're going to take that petroleum and bring it over here. Pipe it through this. Wait, hold on, that's the wrong machine. What am I doing? We need this one, the towel boy. And then petroleum will be a coolant for the metal refinery. And then we'll pipe it into there. Okay. And we're going to need more refined carbon to make steel. And then we also need to make plastic. Damn it, I forgot about the plastic. Where's... I think we need to research that. Use the filter, I think that's easier. There we go. The polymer press. Okay, I think that's everything now. So the polymer press, we'll need to put it over here. Hold on. Going to have it flow into the metal refinery. It becomes coolant for that, and it's going to output into the polymer press. Petroleum will become plastic. We need 1200 steel and 200 plastic to make the aqua tuner. And once we get all that made, we can make a permanent industrial zone. Oh, we don't have it researched yet, that's right. Dig that out. And then we'll dig this out so the Pacu can come live in here. And put a water pump down here. There we go, now they have a new home. I think they just died. Wait, what are you eating? No, you guys cannot be eating my algae. Sorry. You are all dying. Last I remember, they only ate seeds. I was going to let you live, but then you started eating my algae. Which is more precious than you could ever think about being. I'll need to move this down here. Deconstruct that immediately. Yeah. They cannot be eating algae. If everyone just listened to me, everything would be much better. I'm just saying. Hashtag just saying. Mop up this water. See, you get it. I know what's best for my dupes. And that is barely breathable oxygen. We're gonna move to 600 grams. We're going to move the... Not coal, not carbon, not salt. Bleach stone and oxalite will be stored in here so it won't off-gas. Indeed. See, now you guys get it. Now you're thinking. We finally have a decorative seed. Okay. This certainly isn't helping my ego. Return of the Hypnotoad. Now I just have to wait for the dupes to complete all their work. This is a low priority. They don't need to do this right now. Excuse me. Honestly, we can dig all that away. This can become part of the tube. And again, low priority. Why are you guys doing this right now? There's so many more important things you can be doing. Overthrow the... I can't pronounce that. I know best. I make the choices around here. Did we finally research the polymer press? We did not. Why aren't we researching that? Ruby, what are you doing? Oh, you need water. Whatever. Sweep up the stinky water. Alright, now if you guys finish this project, I will give you better bathrooms. But I'm gonna need plastic and steel first in order for you guys to have that privilege. If you want to move up from outhouses, we need plastic. And then we can put more platform here. Ah! Wrong button. We can dig this out. Again, this is like a 1 priority. Where is everyone? Okay, there's Mima. Deconstruct that so there's airflow. Yes, it's all coming together now. Actually, no. I don't want anything running off into the water supply. Deconstruct that, put that there. Have another printing pod coming up. Gonna take the copper. Can't even look at the dupes right now, it's too tempting. There we go, laboratory and showers. Yeah, we don't need extra mouths to feed or give oxygen right now. We need to dig this out for the polymer press anyway. Ah, no! Dig that up. Not dig it up, mop it up. Whatever. Digging, mopping, the same thing. Okay. Alright, but did you read... Okay, you have not finished this yet. Come on, I need the polymer press. We're still working on this anyway. And the temperature is really cooled down here, so that's good. Project Zomboid speedrun to Louisville? Potentially. I was thinking about having Cinder go to a fire department in Louisville, but I was like, nah. We're gonna go with Rosewood for this series. Did you know there's like 1 million fire departments over by the Rosewood area? Not Rosewood. Louisville. Come on, Ruby, why aren't you researching? Starvation, Tervaldo. Well, go eat something. It's not my fault that you're starving. Yeah. We have a sticker bomber. Which one of you is a sticker bomber? Let's see. Oh, it's Lindsay. She's a sticker bomber. She's also an ugly crier. And let's see. Travolta was a balloon artist when he's overjoyed. And a vomiter when he's stressed. Ruby is a sticker bomber as well when she's overjoyed, and she's a binge eater when she's stressed. Okay, never let Ruby get stressed. Noted. Mima is super productive, and a vomiter. Great. Yeah. It is, but I don't want them vomiting in the clean water. We don't have the means to clean it right now. Alright, our factory industrial zone is almost ready, actually. They just need to finish this pipe work and this power line. We need a little more lead as well, so they need to come down here and mine that up. I don't really want to break this though, because then it's all going to flow down here and I'm going to have to move the pump. But I might need to because I need that lead. Hold on, this system needs to be on a different power grid. Yeah, needs to be on a different one. So we're going to... Unfortunately, we might need to build a temporary manual generator and battery. Because if we connect the metal refinery, the oil refinery, and the polymer press to this one, this wire can only hold 1,000 watts, and that's way too much because the metal refinery itself is like, I think, 1,600 or something? 1,200? Let me see. Yeah, 1.2 kilowatts. So they need to be on separate power systems. So we're going to build this over here. If I had more dupes, the work would go much faster, but I can't risk another mouth to breathe. Starvation. Torvaldo, weren't you just starving? They should be using their masks. Why aren't they using their masks? Torvaldo, please go eat something before you die. We shouldn't be allowed past this. Always permitted. Why is it on always no? Vacancy only. Pseudo-duplicates may only pass if there's room at a dock to store their suit. Okay. I don't know why they were going by freely. That's weird. Who went down there? How are you guys? Wait a second. No. How are they getting past this? Oh, they're sneaking by using this. They're coming down here. That's how they're bypassing the checkpoint. See? Dang it. This is how dupes die. Because they sneak by where they're not supposed to. Okay. Thank you for noticing that. I did not see that. Oil well. Yes, okay. Polymer press. Output. There we go. Then we need to research the conductive wire that holds more wattage. They are still technically following instructions, which is the worst part. Oxygen is looking good. Algae is a little bit low, but it's okay. We still have quite a bit. I'm probably being too conservative, but I'd rather be too conservative than run out. I'm a little tongue-tied today. Sure, taking forever to build this wire though, guys. Oh, I see another geyser. Let's see what this is. Iron volcano. Ooh. That is a good resource. Not something we are equipped to deal with, though. At this point in time. Alright, anything else of interest? That's not a volcano, that's just the neutronium. Look at all that delicious oil hiding right there. Take the oxalite. How much lead do we have? Not nearly enough for what I'm going to need. We can dig out this one without disrupting any air pockets. And probably this one. Now it's just a waiting game for them to finish their work. Where did I put my water? There's my water. Need to dilute all that caffeine in me now. Where is everyone? What are you guys doing up here? Yeah, right? Okay. Yeah, they're using the masks now, that's good. Go Mima! I'm glad you're cooking and cleaning the outhouse. Alright, they're delivering the copper to the wires, that's good. About that. Mima, did you wash your hands? Zero surface germs on Mima, that's good. Look at all that perfectly breathable oxygen here. 1,500 grams per tile. Those deodorizers are really putting in their work. There's a lot of polluted water down here. Eventually we'll put it in our bathroom system. Oh, they're making progress actually. Whoa, this has been built. That's cool. We got lead. Let's bring that up to the surface. We're going to need that. You know what? You guys really don't need to mop that up. Whatever. I don't care. Keeps the area cool. You do, however, need to get this built. Mop that up into buckets. Look at you go, Travaldo. And those fire poles really help their efficiency as well. You built that one wire. And you're picking up copper to bring it up to there? Alright, whatever. As long as it gets built, I don't care. Research is coming along. We need that conductive wire. That's the final step in our industrial revolution. Got idle dupes. What the heck do you guys think you're doing? Sweep all that up. All right. That's one of the downsides to this game, is that there's a lot of waiting while they're working on their projects. But it's interesting to watch them run around like little ants. It's cute. Unreachable food. Meat and muckroot. Why aren't you guys making barbecue? Yeah. Make some mush bars. Let's see, iron to steel. Oh, that's right, we're gonna need lime. I forgot about lime. This could be the fossils. We need to dig some of those up. Perfect. In order to manufacture steel, we need the iron, which we need to do that. Produces 100 kilograms, so we need 12 of these. And 70 kilograms of iron, refined carbon, and lime to make steel. So the more refined carbon will be produced there. But then we also need to get the rock crusher back up and running. If I build it up here, though, they'll have to haul it all the way down here. Sure, let's dig into the ice biome more. Nothing bad will happen. Yeah. And trust me, we're gonna need that icy temperatures when we start making the steel. I think this reaches like at least 1,000 degrees Celsius. Puts off quite a bit of heat. Then eventually we'll be able to put maybe our permanent industrial setup probably right here somewhere. Or over here. And we can run the cooling loop through the industrial zone. And then make a secondary one to go around the base and keep it nice and cool. Though the temperatures are looking okay here so far. Those Portal guys are trapped up there now. The Sweetles. It's definitely creeping in though. It's gonna be a problem eventually. Oh, we have our conductive wires. Excellent. So now we're gonna hook all these up. Oh, hey JR, thank you for the 100 bits. The first person to ever give me bits. I don't want to bring in a pipsqueak because I don't have food for it. It'd be sad to just watch it starve. So we're just gonna reject them all. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Yeah, no, reject. Ooh, wolframite, I saw that. That's good, we'll need that eventually. Free real food. So the conductive wire has a capacity of 2,000 kilowatts. This will be 1.2. Polymer press is... how much is it? 240. And then this is like 480. So as long as they're not all running at the same time, it should be okay. Hopefully. Just slow going, waiting for them to finish their projects. That's why you can't have too many as well, because they have to haul the lead up from down in the oil biome and piece everything together here. But they are making progress. Suddenly remote batteries going bzz. Flashbacks are flooding in. Yeah, you only build your batteries inside of a wood shed once. That's all you need to learn your lesson there. Which I may or may not have done that. Good on copper ore. Yeah. Well, they're having to haul the copper all the way down here. Let's see. And they have plenty of igneous rock to use as well. Just a matter of hauling it and getting it there. Wait, you don't put your batteries outside, do you? Why do we only have 1600 calories? 800 calories? What the heck is going on? Nemo, you need to cook more. Yeah. I think we've all learned that lesson in RimWorld once. Hard lesson to learn, though. Especially when you get that far in making your colony. Have you guys ever done the tribal start for RimWorld? I've only ever done the crash landed. I haven't been brave enough to try the tribal start yet. There is a mod where you can use like a fuse to protect your batteries. So that might keep you from being traumatized by batteries, having a... what is it? A short circuit, blowing a fuse? I don't remember. The overload, basically. Naked brutal start every time. Oh, man. I've been considering trying it. Dupes aren't exactly human. There's some lore going on here where they're basically copies of people who used to work in the Gravitas facility. I don't want to give away too many spoilers, but they're not technically human. I think they only eat like 1,000 calories a day, and they only sleep, what is it? They get 3 hours of sleep at night? Yeah. Oh. Hi, Nabalinis, is that how I say it? Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Hello, frog person thing. Hi. I've never actually been raided before, so this is interesting. We're just playing some Oni right now. Waiting for my dupes to finish up their project so we can get our industrial section going. It's kind of cool. Oni is life. Yes, Oni is one of my favorite games. As I was saying earlier, I have like 1,600 hours in it. It's one of my favorite games. Excuse me. Pardon me. Need a little sippy of water. So how are you all doing this evening? I wouldn't say expert. I'm fairly decent, but I wouldn't say expert. Alright, you guys need to clean up this polluted water, bring it over here. And this one. Experimented, suffered. Alright, they are almost done with the project. Soon we'll be able to make steel. And then we'll be able to build our cooling loop. Ooh. I'll have to check it out. Wow, you guys are really building here. That was fast. And again, this is just our temporary setup to get the 1200 steel and plastic to make the industry section. We'll be building a nicer one later. I love the Sweetle's little tall legs when they go from surface to surface. It's so cute. Oxygen's been better, but it's okay. They're fine. They're breathing in a little bit of yucky oxygen, but that's okay. I think this is where we're getting most of our oxygen, though, honestly. Let's see how they're doing down here. Almost done. And I think we connected, yeah, everything's connected with the conductive wire except here. Ooh. Everyone gets to play Oni all around. We're just in the part right now where we're having to wait for them to finish a project, so don't mind my awkwardness as I just sit here watching my little ants go. Oh, we are full here. You guys can dump that on the floor. Slowly cleaning up the base as well. That needs to go in here. I know, they're doing their best. Yeah, I was saying earlier that that's one of the downsides of this game is there's just so much waiting. Especially in the early stages. But that's okay. I need you guys to put the egg in here, please. So you'll hatch and live in here in my little nature reserve. I might move the refrigerator in here so they have to go and get their food and they'll get the nature reserve bonus. No dupes yet, so we're just gonna take the sand. And once they finish up their project down here, I promise them real bathrooms. So far we're still in outhouses. Forest nature appreciation. Yes. Go in here, get your food so you can appreciate the nature reserve. Oh, thanks for the follow. And also, again, thanks for the raid. I appreciate that. What did we research? Oh, the rest of the conductive wire, the power transformer. Have you guys not connected this yet? No, it is. It's just we're not fueling it yet, which is okay, because it's not running yet. I'm going to make this a higher priority now that everything else is done. The world needs more Oni strainers. I agree. This game definitely deserves a little more, popularity. We can clean that up as well. Put that away. Did we queue up? Yeah, they need to cook the Paku. Unless you guys already ate it raw, which is kind of gross. Clean up that stinky water and that one. Alright, there they go. They're finally working on this one now. Should be done in no time. Make sure I set this to filter out the oil. Yep, I did. That's gonna come here. Be refined. Petroleum, come over here. We'll use it to make the iron and steel. And then we'll have plastic as well. And I'm going to attach this eventually because we don't need that much plastic quite yet. Paku sushi. It's not the best if they eat it raw. Won't kill them, but definitely get more calories out of it if they cook it. Coal's good. Why are you guys not throwing coal in here? Make sure coal's not... They might not have access to it. Might all be down here. Yeah. That's why they can't do it. All their coal's behind these masks. So we're gonna turn this off for a second. I'm gonna bring this up here. Hey, thanks for the follow! Me48072. And thanks for the follow, Sudsy. Yeah. That's always one of the worst mistakes to make an Oni. 2 projects at once. Or unless you're talking about real life as well. Both is applicable. Alright, we're gonna bring the coal up here so it's easier for them to access. Where's the consumable? There it is. Wait, who is suffocating? Ruby, why? Come on. This is why I only let you guys down here for a second. Please don't die. Alright, that's it. No, it's too risky. They're just gonna have to gather up the coal for you. I turn this mech on. Yeah. Mima, stop it! Alright, this was a mistake. Everybody back up here, please. Okay, I think it's crisis averted. I think that's Ruby's second or third close call with death. Oh, it's almost done. It's so close. Alright, we're doing good. Thanks for the lurk, Atomic. Unreachable food. I guess I can let you guys eat. Oh, we have no food. Here we go. This is the spiral. Come on, Mima. I did not come this far just to lose my colony here. No one's starving, so it's okay. You guys can eat uncooked ones for now. So you guys don't starve. Yeah, Mima. Eat your Wet dirt. We haven't even deep fried it yet. Come on, Lindsay. There's a mush bar right here. Come on. Yeah. That's the thing about Oni is disaster will sneak up on you. Lindsay, you just grabbed a mush bar. Why are you starving? Lindsay, what are you doing? Stop it! I thought you had food. Somebody else must have grabbed it. Go, Mima, go! Ah, that's right. Okay, we won't starve now. I can turn this down to 9. Yeah. I wasn't watching food closely enough. But I think we averted it. It should be okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Gonna disable the uncooked ones. Wow, you guys can really come together to cook food but not build pipes. Oh, you actually did. Wow. Unreachable. Did your masks break? Is that what it is? I'm gonna turn this down to 8. Mima, I want you cooking all day and all night. Okay, yeah. This should be working down here again now. Ooh, that was close. We are a stone's throw from finally getting some steel and plastic. Clean this up. Gotta have a nice tidy base. Why are we starving? Come on, Ruby. Well, that was sad. We just watched a shine bug die. Okay, we have enough food. We have pickled meals. Okay, should be okay. As long as Miwa keeps making mush bars. I've got to turn those off temporarily. We're waiting on, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 8 pieces of pipe. Gonna take those eggs and we're gonna crack those open. Can't make milk without cracking a few eggs. MVPs right here. These little deodorizers. The most immediate issue right now is probably water, but we do have a water source, so it's not that bad. Heat is okay. It is creeping in, but it's not terrible yet. We almost died of starvation. Oh, it's actually finished. They finished the pipe. Wow, okay. Was not expecting that. Yeah, Mima really only has one job. She's the cook. So the problem is now we need to... Okay, you guys need to start getting running on these wheels. Hey, welcome, Opolan lady? Did I say that right? Hope I did. That's good. How are you doing this evening? Thank you for stopping by. It's one crisis after another here. 4,000 calories, pickled meal, and mush fry. Geysers? What are geysers? We have not found very many. They are out here somewhere. All we've found so far is the chlorine, and we have a polluted water geyser. I've never seen a polluted water geyser in the oil zone. A challenge with no geysers? Oh man. That's like the old days. Oh, that's so cute. It's stranded by itself over there. That's so sad. Okay, I need you guys to start delivering to this, please. Thank you very much. Super classic challenge, survive without geysers. Oh man, I've never done that. Well, since there were no geysers. It does sound like a fun challenge, though. Alright, here we go. We're finally moving oil. Oh, please tell me I set up everything right. Oh crap, we still need lime. Crap. Refinement. Where is the stupid rock crusher? It'll be fine. As long as everything doesn't run at the same time, it'll be fine. Actually, this is a really bad idea. Let's change this to heavy watt wires. I haven't really played since they did a lot of the critter mutation updates. What exactly are you doing for the challenge to, you know, not use geysers? I'm curious. There's my water. Don't know how I keep losing track of it. Get home, sweet home achievement before cycle 365, yeah. Still working on getting the 100% of the achievements on mine. Tree farm for water. Oh, is that using the ethanol? Had to make 17.5 tons steel without Paku. Oh man. That's way out of my skill set. I find that very admirable. Still living off of ice. Those care packages of ice probably really help too. Why are we low on calories again? You guys are eating way too much. There's a lot of polluted oxygen in here now, unfortunately. That's really unfortunate, but oh well. Yucky lungs it is, I guess. You can really get a lot of water out of those biomes. Are you playing on a classic world or the new spaced out planetoids? Okay, so this should be operational now. I think they finished the wires. Or they almost did. Let's increase this a bit. We're gonna turn this back up to regular. Forgot I turned everything down. In priorities. Forest Start DLC. Oh. I think I've done that one a couple times. Once they re-released the classic version with the DLC, I went back to that one. Yeah. I was gonna say you gotta be careful with that. Let it melt on its own. Yeah, it's a good thing we did the heavy wire that would have overloaded it. Despite my best wishes. Just taking them 47 years. Need to start thinking about where we're going to put the permanent industrial zone, though. Probably have it right here somewhere. Close to the base, but not inside the base, because it's going to be really cold there. Let's see. Am I missing anything for the final build? Utilities, thermal aqua tuner. Need to get that steel. Oh, no research focus. We need to get that steam turbine as well. Ah, crap, I forgot about... Dang it, I forgot about that. I forgot about the other research. Crap. Alright, well. You can tell how long it's been since I played. I forgot about the next phase of research that I can't even remember what it's called now. The material studies and applied sciences. Okay. We do have a little bit of uranium ore, so that should be good. Where even is that terminal? I forget. There we go. We need to work on that. Yeah, I forgot about it. It's been several months since I've played Oni, so I think I get a little pass. Also, good night, and thank you for stopping by and following, and for just hanging out with us. I appreciate that. Gonna take the brine. Alright, things should be working down here finally. Yep, okay. Now we just need to focus on getting this one built, which they are working on. Idle dupes, no. I will give you guys more stuff to do. Such as this. Can also start sweeping that up as well. I need to figure out where I'm going to put the research station for the rad research. Are you guys down here without mask again? Okay, no, you have your masks. And we're bypassing my mask system before I put this here. Sneaky little dupes. Come on, guys. It doesn't take that long. And I need someone to start operating this as well. I do need to build a liquid reservoir just for some regular oil. We'll do that in a second. I want them to focus on this right now. Algae's a little low. So let's dig this. We're gonna need to get some more coal as well. Dig that up first. I haven't even found my natural gas geyser yet. That's how bad it is. Let's cancel that. Don't want that to distract them too much. They really have been. Once I can get this set up, I can expand out more. Yeah. Need to start exploring the sides. Why are so many of your toilets all clogged up? Alright. Should be good to go now. Oh, we're gonna need the outtake for this again, that's right. That's good for now. Then we need to start producing the lime as well. Fossil to lime. Eggshell to lime. Alright, we have that now. This is gonna go over here for now. I swear that's like 90% of Oni. This is gonna go here for now, and then you never move it. Alright, it's been a while since I've done this, so give me a second. think we need to get, yeah, we need to get these as well. Yeah. Oh, cool. The manual rad bolt generator. Should be able to do it like that, I believe, if I reorient it to face it into there. It's also going to need a power source. Dang it. And it needs a consistent power source or it'll lose the charge it has. I swear like 90% of my base is temporary setups. That was 480, I believe. Oh, it's only 120. Okay. Yeah, it's the manual one. Okay, it should be okay with that. Okay, we should have a oh yeah, they are operating. Okay, it is producing. Because there's the natural gas. So that means we do have coolant. Nice, okay. Now we just need the steel. Falsetto lime, eggshell lime. Put that on the higher priority, and it'll start printing out plastic. We are on a roll here, finally. Alright, gonna check my priorities up here. I have some things too high and they're being ignored elsewhere. Drop those eggs out of there. The promised plastic line, yeah. What's that quote from Civilization when you research plastic? Let's see if we can track steel yet. Nope, we can't. I think I can afford to put a third one down here. We'll make another mask. It's really coming along quite nicely, honestly. Going to make that there. And I think we're going to dig this out. Because this is where I think we're going to put our permanent industrial zone right here. It's all a learning process. It used to take me even longer. I know there's some people out there who could do it way faster than me, but I'm just not that experienced yet. Alright, once we get more dupes working down here, that should up the efficiency, so... Just don't want to use too much oxygen. Being very stingy with the algae. And one more mask. Alright, that'll be 4 stations. Alright, they finished that project down here. Once we get some steel and plastic going, I can give them their promised bathrooms. And we'll build that right there. Hey, we have a morb! That's how gross our bathrooms are. We got a morb. Ooh, allergies. Nope. They appear... Let's see, I'll read you their entry. The morb is a versatile scavenger capable of breaking down and consuming dead matter for most plant and animal species. It poses a severe disease risk to humans due to the thick slime it excretes to surround its inner cartilage structures. A single teaspoon of morb slime can contain up to a quadrillion bacteria that work to deter would-be predators and liquefy its food. Petting a morb is not recommended. Morbs are attracted to unhygienic conditions and frequently excrete bursts of polluted oxygen. They're actually not that bad for your dupes. They're actually... I used to farm morbs in one of my playthroughs. For oxygen. It's not that efficient, but it's fun. So if occasionally he's gonna fart out polluted oxygen. There he goes. I think he does slowly produce slime lung though, if I remember correctly, but one's not bad. It's actually kind of cute. Yeah. What is happening here? I'm not sure what's damaging. It might be the polluted ice. Polluted water freezing? No? Hmm. I'm not sure what damaged it. Oh well, that's fine. Alright, deliver the suits. Okay. We're almost full on coolant for that. That's good. I might need to recycle it back in, but can't really afford to do that right now. I put this on a higher priority so they'll actually come do it. I have a little bit. I think the problem is with the masks. The coal's past the oxygen thing again. So they don't... Alright, I'm gonna have to let them go past and pick up coal. I'll let them do that tomorrow. Just don't want them running down here and almost dying again. So I'm gonna cancel this mopping so they don't run down here and do that. Yeah. Hopefully I won't forget again. Alright, you guys need to get coal. Because we have quite a bit of it. It's just hiding down here. Okay, that should be enough for now. Reactivate this. Turn that down to a 7. Alright, cool. Now they'll start having oxygen here again, and they can also gather coal as well. Because their only current work orders down here are to use the refinery, the metal refinery, and the rock crusher. Going to need to produce a little more oxygen for now. Let's dig up some of this algae over here. Lindsay's down here producing petroleum. Being piped into here. And then somebody needs to start making iron, and we'll convert that into steel. We have quite a bit being pumped up. We're gonna need it. I do need more iron ore though, that's the thing. Iron ore will be... here's some right here. Convenient. And some algae. With no slime lung germs, good. Hey Atomic, welcome back! Probably be wrapping up the stream here at 9 in a few minutes. Just so you're all aware. I do want to see my refinery run once before we wrap up for the night. I think a 6-hour stream for my first stream back after surgeries, it's pretty decent. But I can definitely see us playing this for a couple streams at least. It's really fun to share my favorite game with you guys. That would be the pain medication I'm on. But it's my pain is mostly gone. So no worries there. Yep. Going to need more iron. I definitely think we'll be playing Oni for at least a couple more streams. I want to get as far as I can. Or unless my colony dies, then... Alright guys, I need you to come down here and do this stuff, please. Gotta cancel this mop order again. I don't want to overwhelm them with their tiny little brains. And I appreciate you always stopping by, Raj. And always commenting on my videos. It really makes me happy. I just canceled that. Why did I do that out of habit? I see stuff that needs to be done. I'm like, make orders. Unreachable dig. I think, yeah, the oxygen is what's really holding us back right now. It's been really nice to have the kind of feedback that I have on my streams and videos. It's been really nice to know that people enjoy it so much, and they missed me while I was gone. Gonna up this a little bit because we need more oxygen production for the masks. That's the problem with making so many, unfortunately. Yeah. I felt bad I wasn't able to get my videos out because not only is it fun for me, but it was kind of sad to disappoint you guys while I was not feeling well. Not disappoint, but you know what I mean. I'm going to put this on a lower priority so they don't do it so much. Okay, good. They're down here doing the work. And they're mining up the iron. Thank you, I appreciate that. It was really weird to not be in my, to not be doing my habits, I should say. That's not the right word, but you know what I mean. My brain's a little fried right now. My routine, there we go. Alright, they are powering that. Very good. But it's nice to be back, and it's nice to be back in my routine. And they'll bring that up here. We're going to put these on the highest priority so they start doing them. Alright, Lindsay delivered the iron. And Ruby's coming to process. Yes, finally, we're getting the iron in. There we go. And I think we crashed the power. Hold on, I need to change this to 10%. There we go. We don't want it going all the way to 0. Actually, let's make it more like 15, that'll be better. And they're making the lime. Oh, there we go, we got plastic production going. We have our first bit of iron. Look at that. It's finally here. Welcome back, Garm. We finally have plastic production. We made our first bit of iron. I like how it looks like little hunks of, like, mozzarella. I don't know why, it just looks so tasty to me. Yeah, we got plastic now, and don't worry me, you'll get there. Oh man. When I had COVID, losing my sense of taste was the absolute worst for me. Because I'm a big foodie, and eating and things tasting like Nothing was so depressing. So I hope you get better soon. It was pretty bad. I was really depressed when I had COVID and I couldn't taste anything. And even when I got better, it took 2 or 3 weeks for it to come back. Alright, we are consuming a lot of our coal powering these down here. But we almost have enough plastic. We need 200 kilos. I'm going to do a little bit extra for vents. You are very lucky, Raj. It's a wild ride getting COVID. We also have lime, very good. And we can start producing our steel we need. Actually, let's finish the iron first so we don't over-prioritize. 2 to 3 weeks is pretty lucky from what I've heard, though. Some people who had it in 2020 still don't have their sense of taste or smell back. It's very rare, though. $200 kilos of iron. Ruby's over here punching the rock crusher. It's so nice to finally see industrial production. Oh my gosh, that took forever. Alright, we're gonna get to about 300 kilos of plastic, then we're gonna disable this and pipe the petroleum into here for coolant. Yeah, it's pretty rough. I'm glad you've avoided it so far. Alright, 300. Gonna let this one finish, and then we'll disable it. 200 kilos of iron. Let's track these actually. So plastic. Honestly, getting to this stage in the game is the hardest hurdle. Once you can get plastic and steel production going, you are set. Well, I don't have steel yet, but I have iron. Not Ron. Iron. There we go. Also track iron ore as well. 10,000 calories. Okay, food is good. Coal is getting low, though. We need to find some coal to mine. How long do those critters like go? They can move up to 2 tiles height, so that's about how long they get. Alright, you guys can come turn this off any day now. We're going to start piping it into here. Let's up the priority on that there, because they're kind of dumb. Wow. Right, I want to see at least one steel production before we end the stream tonight. Alright, yeah, that's being piped into there now. See how hot that is in there. 87 degrees Celsius. Whew. But it is being cooled by the ice. Eventually this ice will melt. We'll have to put a tile down here. But not yet. Alright, who is coming to do this? Unreachable. Oh. Here comes Ruby. Yeah, see how hot this refinery is, even in this ice biome? How hot does it heat that petrol to? Status 60 degrees Celsius. I think it gets even hotter when it's actually running. It's been cooling in the pipe a bit. So let's see. It's gonna come out here. Almost 200 degrees Celsius. Yeah, it's gonna melt this fast. Temperatures are dropping though, that's good. Oh, we made our first bit of steel, look at that! Oh yeah, now we just need 1100 more. I think that is good for tonight though. Next stream we'll finish building the industrial section and we'll build the permanent one up here with the cooling loop. And hopefully we can get some better oxygen soon, because they're starting to breathe a lot of polluted oxygen. So let's save the game for now. I'm excited to get the steel aqua tuner going. Double save, because I am paranoid. Alright, I'll be streaming again next Wednesday if you guys want to stop by. Be working on the next Zomboid video on YouTube for Friday, and that's it for now. And I'll be posting a picture of my mugwormer on my Twitter if you guys are interested. They'll be getting the toilets after this. I did promise them, so when we come back next time we'll build their toilets and we'll start working on the permanent industrial complex. So let's go to the ending soon screen while we say our goodbyes. Alright, thank you again for stopping by, everyone, and thank you for all the follows and the subs I got. And for the bits, JR, as well, also. I was not expecting all that on my first stream as affiliate, so I really appreciate that. And good night, Garm, and good night, Atomic, and Raj, and everyone who followed. I really appreciate that. I know I already said that, but I'm just a little nervous right now, if you can't tell. But thank you again. I really appreciate that, everyone. And with that, I'll see you guys next Wednesday. Good night.